Chapter 16:27. Wang Lin didn't know if anyone before him had done what he did. When facing divine retribution, they had used a calm and powerful heart to reverse divine retribution. He also didn't know if anyone would do the same in the endless years after him. He didn't know anything. He only knew that this time, he was going to completely resist divine retribution. He was going to suppress divine retribution and turn himself into the heavens. He wasn't going to punish mortals. He was going to punish divine retribution. This was a battle between divine retribution and divine retribution. This was something that had never happened in the inner realm since ancient times. After Wang Lin said divine retribution, the endless vortexes rotated in the sky. The thunder mark in Wang Lin's right eye shined brightly, and a monstrous light shined from it. In an instant, several bolts of thunder also flashed in Wang Lin's right eye. They moved from his face to his white hair, and popping sounds echoed. From afar, it looked like Wang Lin was wearing a suit of thunder, like the King of Thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the vortex rotated even more violently. As it rotated, endless thunder gathered at the center of the vortex. The green light was blinding, and at the end of the green light, the first divine retribution of Wang Lin's third step divine retribution appeared. The azure light pierced through the mist for millions of kilometers. From the outside, the mist seemed to be dyed azure. It was a spectacular sight, but it was also a shocking sight. However, from Wang Lin's point of view, the thunder formed by the green light was 100,000 feet thick. It came from the depths of the vortex and gave off an unfamiliar aura. It didn't belong to this world. It descended from an unknown place and rushed out of the vortex. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, it charged at Wang Lin. It was like a green dragon that was going to devour Wang Lin. It was going to kill Wang Lin and destroy Wang Lin. It was going to prevent a third-step heaven-defying cultivator from existing in this world. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he raised his head and coldly looked at the vortex. He looked at the green thunder that was going to descend on him, and his eyes lit up. Today, Wang wants to descend on the divine retribution. The first divine retribution is called My Will Divine Retribution. The moment Wang Lin spoke, the thunder around him erupted and spread like crazy. In an instant, a giant thunder mark appeared above Wang Lin. This lightning mark was completely different from the green color of the divine retribution. It was red, crimson like blood. The moment the blood-colored lightning appeared, it gave off a boundless red glow and turned into Wang Lin's divine retribution. The moment the red divine retribution appeared, the sky changed colors, the fog was pushed back, and the entire brilliant void star system trembled. He raised his right hand and pointed at the green divine retribution. The crimson divine retribution immediately turned into a bolt of divine retribution and charged into the sky. This scene was extremely shocking. If anyone looked from afar, they would be able to see two bolts of heavenly lightning, one green and one red, approaching each other at a shocking speed from above and below. They were getting closer and closer to each other as they let out thunderous roars. This scene made it difficult to tell which one was the divine retribution lightning. Some people even had the illusion that these two bolts of divine retribution lightning were both divine retribution lightning. At the same time, people couldn't tell if this was the divine retribution lightning punishing Wang Lin, or if Wang Lin was punishing the divine retribution lightning. The two bolts of divine retribution lightning collided within the fog, creating a monstrous roar. The green divine retribution lightning and Wang Lin's crimson divine retribution lightning collided violently. They were like two meteors devouring and destroying each other. As the roar echoed, the green divine retribution lightning dissipated extremely quickly. In just a few breaths, it had shrunk to several thousand feet. Moreover, it was unable to move forward due to Wang Lin's crimson divine retribution lightning and was slowly being devoured. However, just at this moment, the fog vortex in the sky suddenly turned in the opposite direction. As it turned, Another roar echoed, and another bolt of green divine retribution lightning arrived. It fused with the previous bolt of divine retribution lightning and charged toward Wang Lin's crimson divine retribution lightning. It wasn't just one bolt. A third, a fourth, a fifth, all the way until the ninth bolt of green divine retribution lightning descended at almost the same time. After fusing, it seemed boundless. Thunder poured out from the vortex like water, threatening to destroy the world. Wang Lin's crimson divine retribution lightning rapidly dissipated under the sudden increase in the number of green divine retribution lightning bolts. A shock wave containing the power of thunder surged out in all directions and swept up the fog. This caused Situ and the others, who were outside the fog, to reveal expressions of shock in their eyes as they looked at the thunderous rumbles. However, this scene did not affect the expression of old Devil Jean in the slightest. His expression was calm, as if he had seen everything, and he shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be the third. If it was, it wouldn't be so weak. Forget it. I've been looking for the third for countless years. How could it be so easy? With a sigh, the old Devil Jean withdrew his gaze from the fog. His expression was dim, as if he had lost all interest. He turned around and was about to leave. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He quickly turned around, and an extremely bright light appeared in his disappointed eyes. Wang Lin, who was deep within the fog, had a head of white hair that moved without any wind. As the crimson divine retribution lightning dissipated, an incomparably large, destructive, and unfamiliar aura spread out. Wang Lin took a step forward. With this step, Wang Lin's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the descending green divine retribution lightning. He raised his right hand and gently pushed his palm at the boundless green divine retribution lightning. I don't know where this divine retribution came from, but I, Wang Lin, have comprehended the essence of thunder. I am the lord of all thunder in the world. Either you submit to me or die before me. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the scene became eternal. In the scene, Wang Lin's white hair fluttered in the wind. With one hand, he touched the 9 green divine retribution lightning and stopped it from descending. Before the green divine retribution lightning, Wang Lin's body was incomparably small. However, the moment his hand touched the green divine retribution lightning, it was as if he had grabbed its soul. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he closed his eyes. He could feel the green divine retribution lightning's unyielding roar behind his palm. He could feel its resistance and struggle, and he could feel its fear. Understood, Wang Lin said softly, opening his eyes. At the same time, he waved his right hand toward the green divine retribution lightning. Now that I understand, he said softly, in that case, destroy it. The green divine retribution thunder trembled, and then, without a sound, collapsed right in front of Wang Lin. It transformed into countless green motes of light that spread out in all directions. They were like countless green fireflies that slowly disappeared. Wang Lin stood within the fading green light, his body a bit blurry. He looked up at the vortex up above, and then pointed out with his right hand. With my will, I summoned tribulation lightning to punish the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a red bolt of tribulation thunder appeared out of nowhere to Wang Lin's left. With a loud rumble, it shot toward the vortex up above. At the same time, a second bolt, a third bolt. Countless bolts of thunder appeared around Wang Lin, and the moment they appeared, they began to rumble. In the blink of an eye, the place where Wang Lin stood seemed to have become a domain of thunder. The bolts of thunder went from dozens to hundreds, and then to tens of thousands, and they all roared out. 10,000 bolts of tribulation lightning to punish the heavens. Tens of thousands of bolts of tribulation thunder moved at the same time, breaking through the distance and charging toward the vortex in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the bolts of thunder closed in and slammed into the vortex. Earth-shattering sounds echoed rapidly. The bolts of tribulation lightning that belonged to Wang Lin slammed into the vortex, causing the vortex in the sky to become thinner and thinner. It looked like it was about to collapse. In the end, with a loud bang, the rotating vortex suddenly collapsed and disappeared before Wang Lin's eyes. However, at this moment, a huge crack appeared at the spot where the whirlpool had disappeared. This crack was 100,000 feet long, and a muffled roar was emitted from within. Then a huge four-sided building that looked like an altar slowly extended from within the crack. As it appeared, the muffled roar became even clearer. In just an instant, half of the four-sided pavilion had emerged, revealing two corners. This allowed Wang Lin to see a blurry figure sitting cross-legged at the center of the four-sided altar. There were 4 swords stabbed into the ground around that figure. With my will, tribulation fire, burn the heavens and destroy the earth. The fire totem in Wang Lin's left eye suddenly flashed, and raging flames spread out. They surrounded Wang Lin and formed a ball of burning flames. As Wang Lin pointed his left hand at the sky, the flames that covered his body suddenly spread out in all directions. 100 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 5,000 feet. This speed of spreading was completed with just a thought from Wang Lin. At this moment, he was standing in the flames, and the area within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was a sea of flames. With a single point from Wang Lin, the sea of flames within a radius of tens of thousands of feet rumbled and rushed into the sky with a momentum that seemed like it could burn the sky. In the blink of an eye, even the mist in the surroundings seemed to be burning and illuminated by the flames. The tens of thousands of feet in the sky was completely devoured by the flames. Unlike the rumbling of thunder, the sound of the flames burning at this moment was linked together with the crackling sounds. Heat waves rolled out in all directions. A cold glint flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his sleeves and took a step forward, directly appearing in the sea of flames in the sky. He approached the four-sided altar that was halfway out of the crack and raised his right hand, sending a palm towards the blurry figure sitting cross-legged on the altar. At the same time, he clenched his hand into a fist, as if he had grabbed something. Karma's seal. The weather is too hot and the fire is too strong, so I'm writing slowly. The next chapter is estimated to be around 7 o'clock. Please forgive me, fellow cultivators. Also, I'll be going to Beijing Cool 6 on the 23rd for an interview. At that time, everyone can go and see my true appearance. Chapter 1628. When the palm was opened, it was karmic cause, and when the palm was closed, it was karmic effect. The moment the karmic seal appeared, the altar at the 4 corners inside the crack trembled. The 2 corners that extended out of the crack also let out a loud bang. However, a large number of cracks appeared on the 2 corners, and they suddenly collapsed, turning into countless fragments that exploded, causing a wave of ripples that spread in all directions. They were burned by the flames and turned into a cloud of black smoke. If only 2 corners had collapsed, it wouldn't have been shocking. However, not only had 2 corners collapsed from Wang Lin's karma print, but even the 4 swords surrounding the vague figure at the center of the altar trembled and let out a wail. 4 wisps of misty aura came out of the 4 swords, as if they were pulled out by Wang Lin's palm. They couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but they could be felt with divine sense. The 4 wisps of aura left the 4 swords and charged toward Wang Lin's right hand. The moment Wang Lin's right hand closed into a fist, he grabbed them. When the 4 wisps of aura dissipated, the 4 swords that Wang Lin had dreaded in the past lost all their luster. They were like ordinary iron without any spirit energy. However, this was not the end. The karma print could control everything with the karma in hand. This spell was extremely domineering, and ordinary people wouldn't even be able to dodge it. Even the 3rd step cultivator was terrified by Wang Lin's karma print. The 4 corners of the altar trembled violently, as if an aura was being extracted from it. It trembled even more violently, and cracks spread across the entire altar like spiderwebs. All of this took a long time, but it only happened in an instant. Wang Lin's right hand clenched, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Shatter! With these two words, a monstrous rumble came from the altar. As the rumble echoed, the half of the altar that hadn't even come out of the cracks suddenly collapsed. Countless fragments moved like a storm, but the moment this storm appeared, it was devoured by the sea of fire. A low roar came from the collapsed altar. The vague figure sitting there suddenly looked up and walked out of the altar. He charged out of the sea of fire and charged at Wang Lin. This figure was still blurry, and even though he charged out of the sea of fire, he couldn't see his appearance clearly. He raised his right hand and muttered a spell. His right hand was covered in a yellow light, and when he closed in on Wang Lin, he slammed down with his palm. Life! Wang Lin let out a cold snort and didn't dodge. He waved his sleeve and stretched out his left hand. White gas surrounded him, and filled with endless life, force collided with the incoming figure. Their palms were separated by space, and when their palms collided, a monstrous rumble echoed. The figure trembled and staggered back a few steps. Normally, life force alone wouldn't cause too much damage. However, Wang Lin understood life and death, and his palm that contained life force was part of the seal of life and death. The first palm strike was to send in a seal that would turn into death. You dare to attack Wang with this level of cultivation? Wang Lin's body moved, and he appeared before the retreating figure. He raised his right hand, and black gas surrounded him. When he closed in on the figure, he pressed his palm against its chest. Die! The moment he pressed down, the black gas around his right hand entered the body of the figure through Wang Lin's right hand. This activated the life force buried inside the figure and completed a life and death exchange to form the seal of life and death. Once the seal of life and death was formed, a violent rumble came from the blurry figure. His body trembled, and he coughed out several mouthfuls of golden gas. His body was thrown back, and even some of the blur around him dissipated, revealing his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. With a bang, the seal of life and death messed up his life and death, and his body collapsed. The divine retribution messenger that had put Wang Lin in a sorry state back then was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Divine retribution, what qualifications do you have to send divine retribution on me? Wang Lin's words were calm, but they spread out and entered the ears of Master South Cloud, Situ Nan, and the thousands of Earth cultivators. Just this sentence was enough to make the blood of the inner realm cultivators boil. This sentence was extremely arrogant, but at this moment, no one questioned it at all. Wang Lin had endured this sentence for more than 1,000 years. He had endured it since the first divine retribution descended in the demon spirit land. Today, he finally had the qualifications to do so, and he pointed at the heavens. Ask the heavens, who gave you the qualifications to punish me? Wang Lin, ask the heavens, who gave you the qualifications to take away Li Muan? Ask the heavens, who gave you the qualifications to punish all living beings? Ask the heavens, who gave you the qualifications to become the heavens? The starry sky rumbled, and the millions of mists seemed to be enraged. They began to wriggle, and muffled roars could be heard coming from the rift, shocking everyone's hearts. As the sound became even more intense, the fog began to rotate and rumble even more intensely. As it rotated, the pressure of the heavens spread out. As it rotated, countless blurry figures appeared inside the fog. These figures were like souls, and after they appeared, they let out mournful cries. In the blink of an eye, ghostly figures appeared inside the fog around Wang Lin. They were blurry at first, but they soon became clear and turned into faces that Wang Lin was familiar with. Among these faces were his parents, his fourth uncle, Wang Zhua, Zhang Hu, Lu Mei, and Li Muan. There were also Teng Li, Teng Huayuan, and everyone else that Wang Lin had met. Whether they were enemies, friends, or relatives, they charged at Wang Lin from all directions. As they closed in, there were howls and gentle cries that filled the fog and charged into Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered as he looked at the figures that were getting closer and closer. He saw his white-haired parents supporting each other as they walked toward him step by step. He saw his parents' eyes filled with tears and excitement. He saw them reaching out their withered hands as if they wanted to touch his face. He saw Lee Muin. Lee Muin's eyes were hazy with tears, but she had a warm smile on her face. She wiped away her tears and calmly walked toward Wang Lin step by step. He saw Lu Mei. In Lu Mei's arms was a baby surrounded by black gas. The baby's cries were sharp and pierced through one's mind. He saw a lot. He saw everything. This scene was extremely real. It was an illusion created by divine retribution, so it was difficult to tell what was real and what was fake. Everything that existed gave people the illusion that it could change between real and fake at any time. In fact, when you thought that all of this was fake, but when you destroyed it, you might immediately discover that all of this was real. What you destroyed was the last remnant of your loved ones' souls in this world. Wang Lin pondered as more and more figures appeared around him. From afar, it looked like these figures had surrounded Wang Lin and were getting closer. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He took a deep look at the familiar faces around him and closed his eyes. He had gained enlightenment of the essence of true and unreal, and this caused him to sigh ruefully. Now that he closed his eyes, everything was fake. In that moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and everything he had seen became real. Sighing, Wang Lin closed his eyes again. He lifted his right hand and waved it out in front of him. It was as if he were waving away the void gate. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, 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 dust to dust. The heavens and earth are heartless. Therefore, I, Wang, will do the same. Heavens, open your eyes and take a look. Other than me, Wang Lin, how many others are pointing at the second aperture of the heavens? With that, Wang Lin opened his eyes and pointed up into the sky. As he roared, the spell formed by Wang Lin's essences, the true and false Tao, appeared. As Wang Lin pointed at the sky, illusionary figures appeared one by one. These figures were formed by Wang Lin's essence of true and false. They were real and fake. Among the figures was Zhou Yi, who was holding the female corpse and roaring at the sky with tears flowing down his face. Among the figures was Bai Fan, who was pointing at the sky and laughing like a madman. Among the figures was Shimizu, who had awakened and recalled his memories. Among the figures was the extremely arrogant Tussen, who was cursing at the sky. Among the figures were many, many more. Among the figures were the countless people of the Scatter Thunder clan's 7 million worlds, the countless cultivators that had died to the calamity. There was also Taoist Scattered Spirit, who let out a roar of madness after seeing what he thought was the end of the sky. Countless figures appeared inside Wang Lin's essence of true and false Tao. Their roars formed a special divine retribution. Since the heavens had descended on Wang Lin, then Wang Lin would use the same method to form this divine retribution to respond to the heavens. As the roars pointed at the sky, the invisible force rushed into the crack in the sky. However, there was no reaction from the crack, and the roars from within did not stop. Is it not enough? Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire brilliant void. As his divine sense spread out, it entered the cultivation planets, the planet souls, and their memories. Ever since Heng Ji, all the people who lived in the brilliant void, be they mortals or immortals, would raise their heads and look at the sky when they died, or when their fate was at stake, or when they were in a miserable state. Perhaps no one saw them, or perhaps those who saw them had already died, but the planet they lived on had souls, and they silently remembered them. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense sensed it. His essence of true and false Tao transformed into a divine retribution that targeted the heavens. For the first time, the rift that represented the heavenly tribulation trembled, and the roaring came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, on the other side of the fog, old Devil Jean's eyes shined brightly like never before. His eyes were filled with undisguised greed. He has 3 possibilities, so this is the third one. Old Devil Jean licked his lips. I'm going to die from a heat. Chapter 16:29. Using the true and false Taoists to form the true and false Tao. The true and false Tao surrounded the 1,000,000 clouds. The figures struggled and roared as they charged toward the crack above Wang Lin. A loud rumble echoed across the entire brilliant void. The crack trembled violently under Wang Lin's divine retribution. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered as he coldly stared at the crack. His expression was calm as he waved his sleeve and walked toward the crack. His pace wasn't fast, but every time his foot landed, there would be a thunderous rumble. This caused the crack to tremble even more violently. Compared to the trembling of the crack, Wang Lin's calmness formed a stark contrast. Wang Lin wasn't afraid of divine retribution. He had the heart of a great scholar and a vast aura. Everything in the world was equal, and even divine retribution couldn't transcend it. Everything has an origin. Today, Wang wants to see why divine retribution appears and why it appears in this world. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he got closer and closer to the crack. When it was less than 10,000 feet away from the rift, rays of bright light suddenly shot out from the rift. The light spread and enveloped the surroundings, completely illuminating the pitch-black starry sky fog. Under the light, an item slowly floated out from the crack. This item was a very ordinary horsetail whisk. It was only 7 feet long, and it was made of purple wood. The white hair was the horsetail whisk, and there were 3,000 strands of horsetail whisk. It seemed to symbolize the 3,000 grand Taoists. This item slowly floated out from the crack and gently swung it toward Wang Lin. The 3,000 strands moved without any wind and immediately spread out. An invisible force spread out from the horsetail whisk. Under this ripple, Wang Lin's footsteps paused for a moment. His fused eye shined brightly, and his right foot, which had paused for a moment, landed without hesitation. His body moved like a meteor toward the whisk that was floating out of the rift. The ripples spread out and penetrated the surrounding fog. Just as Wang Lin closed in on the day ladle, one of the 3 strands of white whisk suddenly separated from the root of the whisk and floated out like smoke. This strand of white whisk curled up and silently formed a spell. Attraction spell. At the same time, the second strand separated from the root and floated out. It turned into the second spell, fireball. The third white thread followed closely behind and turned into a murderous aura. It turned into the endless slaughter sword chi formed by the slaughter sword technique. The 4th, 5th, 6th. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of strands of white hair scattered and turned into spells like the finger of death, the yellow cold finger, the demonic finger, and other spells that Wang Lin had seen on his first step. Some of these spells were ones he had mastered before, and some were ones he had seen others use. After hundreds of white strands, the 3 strands of the horsetail whisk continued to separate from the roots and once again transformed into various god arts. Among them were by Qing Shui's god art, Situ's god art, and by fans called the wind, rain, mountain collapses, and earth rents. All of this happened in an instant. Before Wang Lin, the 3,000 strands turned into 3,000 spells that Wang Lin had seen in his life. There were also spells from Qing Lin, Taoist Water, Master Lu Fu, and others. There were even spells from the 5 masters of Tai Chi and the 1st and 2nd generation Rosefinch. 3,000 hairs, 3,000 grand Taoists, 3,000 spells. Almost all of the spells that existed in Wang Lin's memory appeared in the starry sky. These 3 spells perfectly fused with each other. With a wave of the horsetail whisk, they shrouded the starry sky around Wang Lin and shot toward him. Perhaps 1, 2, or even 100 spells wouldn't matter. Even if there were 3,000, it wouldn't be a problem for Wang Lin. However, these 3 spells were formed by the horsetail whisk, and each of them gave off an aura that Wang Lin was familiar with. This aura was celestial spiritual energy. As a result, their power was enough to shake the world. This celestial spiritual energy wasn't the celestial spiritual energy from the four celestial realms, but the true celestial spiritual energy. It was the golden light from his bloodline. If he hadn't met the madman and had the golden blood from the immortal celestial body, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to recognize the power of these 3,000 spells. But at this moment, he had instantly sensed it. His pupils shrank as he looked at the 3,000 netherlinks that were rumbling over and filled the surroundings. Killing intent was revealed in his eyes. I had my suspicions before that this divine retribution came from the ancient celestial realm. The world behind the rift is the ancient celestial realm. Now that I feel this pure celestial spiritual energy, it is obvious that the ancient celestial realm is closely related to the immortal astral continent. Bursts of golden light came from the 3,000 spells and shot toward Wang Lin. These spells instantly closed in on Wang Lin and landed one by one. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and space itself trembled. Under the bombardment of the spells, Wang Lin's figure was covered by the golden light. From afar, he could no longer be seen. At the same time, another object flew out from the rift. This object was a 9-story pagoda. It was completely golden and gave off a powerful pressure. It flew out from the rift and expanded to hundreds of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. It smashed down on Wang Lin, who was covered by the golden light. The 3,000 horsetail whisks were divine retribution. The pagoda suppression was divine retribution again. The third step divine retribution aimed at Wang Lin was even more powerful than before, and it was even more shocking. If Wang Lin was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, he would without a doubt die. Even if he was at the peak of Nirvana Void, he would still die to this divine retribution. Even if he was at the mid-stage of Spirit Void, if he only had one essence like an ordinary third-step cultivator, he would have no chance of surviving this divine retribution. The 9-story pagoda rumbled and shrouded the area that was bombarded by the 3,000 horsetail whisks. There was a thunderous rumble, and everything quieted down. The only thing that remained in the fog was this 9-story pagoda that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. Master South Cloud and company outside the fog were startled by this sudden silence. Master South Cloud stared at the fog with anxiety in his eyes. Situ Nan silently pondered and felt that something was wrong. Without a word, he charged into the fog, but just as he moved, Master South Cloud waved his hand to stop him. Master South Cloud, you want to stop me? Situ Nan suddenly turned his head, and his eyes were filled with madness as he stared at Master South Cloud. His words were filled with monstrous killing intent. He knew he was not Master South Cloud's match, but at this moment, he felt that Wang Lin was in danger. With Situ Nan's personality, even if his teacher, Qing Lin, was here, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Master South Cloud didn't mind Situ Nan's words. After pondering for a bit, he said, "The Lord of the Sealed Realm is going through divine retribution. We shouldn't interfere. If you force your way in, not only will it be useless, it will distract him." Situ Nan's gaze fell on the fog, and he clenched his fists. After pondering for a bit, his hoarse voice slowly came out. "I'll wait for half an incense stick of time. If it's still this quiet after half an incense stick of time, I must go in." Master South Cloud let out a sigh and didn't speak. He looked at the fog, and the anxiety in his eyes became even stronger. In the other direction, the old Devil Jean became even more excited. His eyes shined brightly as he licked his lips and muttered to himself. 3-9 Horsetail Whisk, Celestial Suppression Pagoda, and there should be something called the Fate Sealing Ring. When he set up the divine retribution, he threw these 3 treasures into it. The old Devil Jean's words were unfathomable. As he muttered, his gaze toward the fog became even more strange. Time passed. To Situ Nan, the time it takes half an incense stick to burn felt like years. The thousands of LJ cultivators were nervous, and their hearts were filled with a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the Lord of the Sealed Realm failed his divine retribution? Impossible. The Lord of the Sealed Realm would never fail. It has been silent for a long time. What exactly is happening inside? Panic appeared in the hearts of the thousands of inner realm cultivators, making them very anxious. Just as Situ, Nan was about to charge into the fog, an earth-shattering rumble came from inside the fog that had been silent for half an incense stick of time. In the depths of the mist, the only remaining pagoda suddenly trembled, and the rumbling came from within. Inside the pagoda, within the chaos, Wang Lin's body was surrounded by 3,000 white hairs. These 3,000 hairs were the 3,000 spells. When these spells landed on Wang Lin, they seemed to return to their origin and wrapped around Wang Lin like a seal. There was also a burst of golden light inside the pagoda. This light was filled with a domineering will. It wanted to use the light to refine Wang Lin. It wanted to use the celestial spiritual energy to melt Wang Lin. However, the divine retribution didn't know that between Wang Lin's eyebrows existed the purest celestial bloodline in the world. The so-called divine retribution only has these spells. If this is really the case, then this divine retribution is too weak. Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the 3,000 white hairs, shook his head and his body suddenly swelled. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and ancient power surged through Wang Lin's body. This caused his body to expand like crazy, 100 feet, 300 feet, 1,000 feet, until he was thousands of feet tall. He looked like a giant. The threads around his body were stretched taut, and some even shattered. Finally, when Wang Lin's body became an ancient god, his ancient god aura spread out, and all the threads collapsed. Can't even withstand one blow. Wang Lin shook his head and stepped up. His right hand formed a fist, and his ancient god power surged out like a wave. He threw a punch toward the top of the pagoda. The weather in the northeast, especially in Mudanjiang, was only hot for half a month each year, so not many people installed air conditioners. This year was very hot, and his head was dizzy. He must have suffered a heat stroke. It was very uncomfortable, and his chest was tight. He wanted to vomit, but couldn't. This child wrote for nearly 6 hours and couldn't take it anymore. He took half a day off and promised to make it up at the end of the month. Please don't blame me. My body is very uncomfortable. Chapter 16:30. The ancient head appeared behind Wang Lin. This head was extremely large, and it wasn't blurry but solid. It let out a heaven-shaking roar behind Wang Lin. This roar shook the surroundings, and at this moment, Wang Lin seemed to possess supreme might. Wang Lin stepped forward and threw a punch when he arrived at the top of the tower. He threw a punch, and the ancient head behind him roared even more violently. It even twisted and went past Wang Lin's body. It fused with his punch to form a heaven-shaking ancient punch. The thunderous rumble became even more intense. In an instant, Wang Lin's fist collided with the top of the tower. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the entire tower trembled. Wang Lin retreated a step, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He let out a roar and threw a second punch. Popping sounds were heaven-shaking. As the pagoda trembled, a few fine cracks appeared on it. A mere tower dares to seal me. Wang Lin let out a roar as his right hand formed a fist, and he threw a third punch. This third punch landed on the tower, causing a monstrous rumble. The cracks were torn open and continued to spread until it covered the entire tower. In the end, the tower completely collapsed under Wang Lin's 3 punches. Countless fragments were pushed back and scattered in all directions. At this moment, if one looked from within the mist, they would be able to clearly see the collapse of the pagoda. They would be able to see the fragments being swept away by the storm and letting out a series of sharp whistling sounds. They could also see the white-haired Wang Lin calmly walk out from the collapsed pagoda as the golden light pierced through it. Although divine retribution was powerful, Wang Lin didn't care at all. In his view, divine retribution wouldn't be able to punish him. Just as Wang Lin walked out from the collapsed tower, a muffled roar came from the rift above. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light, and a third treasure flew out from the rift. The treasure was a ring of golden light, and as soon as it appeared, the golden light emanating from the rift grew even more blinding. It also emanated a pressure that vastly exceeded that of the previous two magical items. As soon as the pressure spread out, it filled the mist and began to spread out. Outside the fog, when Situ Nan and the others felt the pressure, their hearts trembled. They felt as if they were facing the power of the heavens. Master South Cloud's expression changed, and he subconsciously retreated several thousand feet. If he was like this, then there was no need to talk about the others. The thousands of cultivators, including Situ Nan, all retreated. A few cultivators retreated too slowly and were hit by the pressure. Their bodies trembled and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces turned pale and their minds were seriously injured by the suppression. What kind of treasure is this? As Master South Cloud retreated, his eyes were filled with disbelief. With his cultivation level, he could feel that this pressure wasn't coming from his cultivation level, but the aura of a treasure. Outside the mist, the only person that wasn't affected by the pressure was old Devil Jean. His hair moved without any wind, and his eyes revealed a strange light. For the first time, his gaze moved from Wang Lin to the golden ring that had come out from the rift. Sealing no, this is the third treasure he used to set up divine retribution. This treasure has a certain amount of fame, even on the immortal astral continent. Unfortunately, it became divine retribution, and, unfortunately, my body. Old Devil Jean shook his head and let out a sigh, but then his eyes lit up. If this Wang Lin can subdue this treasure, then the chance of him being the third will increase greatly. However, it will be a bit difficult to subdue this treasure. Wang Lin also clearly felt the pressure from the golden ring. His eyes lit up, and for the first time, he revealed a look of interest. Just as Wang Lin looked over, the golden ring suddenly paused, and the pressure it gave off increased violently. The sudden increase in pressure caused the mist to churn and the thousands of inner realm cultivators' expressions to change as they retreated once more. At the same time, the ray of golden light charged at Wang Lin while the pressure continued to spread. As it moved forward, the golden ring expanded to thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. It moved at an unimaginable speed and shrouded Wang Lin's body. After it shrouded Wang Lin, it rapidly shrank. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He didn't dodge, but stood there, calmly waiting for it to shrink. In an instant, the golden ring shrank from 1,000 feet to a few feet, forming a small ring around Wang Lin's forehead. It tightened and sank into his flesh like a circular seal. This circular seal pressed against the skin on Wang Lin's forehead, creating a deep depression. At the same time, an invisible ripple entered Wang Lin's body and went through his flesh and blood. It formed a similar ring of light around his origin soul and sealed his origin soul. This wasn't the end. After sealing his origin soul, the ripple passed through once more. Because it was invisible, it entered Wang Lin's soul and sealed it. This was the life-sealing ring. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his expression was calm. It was as if the seal on his forehead didn't exist, and he didn't notice it at all. However, there was a flicker of deduction hidden in his closed eyes. He had his eyes on this treasure. He was using his mind to study the structure of this treasure. He was trying to find a way to take it for himself. Because of this, the fastest way was to personally experience it. During the divine retribution, he didn't dodge and allowed the divine retribution treasure to approach him. Instead, he studied how to steal the treasure. Only Wang Lin could calmly do something like this. He had always been a bold person, and after experiencing countless life and death situations, he had seen far, far too many things. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and everything in the world was fake. Within this fake world, his mind had reached an extremely terrifying level. This was a terrifying calculation ability formed by his comprehension of the ancient god realm, the earth cultivation realm, the five essences, his experience of cultivating for more than 2,000 years, and his vast wisdom as a great scholar of a generation. As he calculated in his mind, he could see that he no longer had a body. Everything about him had dissipated, and the only thing left was that golden ring of light. That ring of light shone with endless golden light. That golden light was formed by billions of runic symbols, and as they rotated rapidly, the ring of light seemed to have gained corporeal form. Each of the magical symbols contained an aura. The billions of auras were completely different, but when combined together, they were extremely harmonious. As they rotated, they could seal a person's physical body and nascent divinity. After sealing the nascent divinity and physical body, they could seal the soul. Once they were completely sealed, it would be the same as sealing a person's life. This treasure is extremely similar to the sealing power of the sealing extermination clan, but there are some differences. All of this sounds slow, but to Wang Lin, it only took him a moment to see through a lot. This treasure is a semi-finished product. I don't know who used a spell to fuse it with this divine retribution, but they're using this divine retribution to make this treasure complete. It is not far from completion, and in another 10,000 years, it will be complete. Interesting, I seem to understand divine retribution a bit. Wang Lin revealed a smile. However, at that moment, the roar from the crack in the sky became even clearer, as if it was right next to their ears. At the same time, a gigantic figure appeared in the crack with a bang. That figure was 10,000 feet tall, and when it appeared, the presence of an ancient god spread out. The moment it stepped out of the rift, its complete body was revealed. It was an ancient god. This god, G, had 8 god, G, stars rotating rapidly between his eyebrows. His expression was ferocious, but his eyes were empty, as if he had lost his mind. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows were different from Wang Lin's. They were slightly dim, as if there was a seal inside them. The ancient god rushed out of the rift and let out a heaven-shaking roar. It charged at Wang Lin, who had his eyes closed. After this ancient god, another roar came from the rift. 3 ancient gods that were 10,000 feet tall walked out at the same time. Their skin was rough and covered in countless scars. They charged at Wang Lin ferociously. There was a muffled roar. Less than one breath's time after the 4 ancient gods stepped out, a monstrous devilish aura spread out. The devilish aura was as black as ink, and as it spread out, it turned into 4 ancient devils. Each of them had 8 devil stars, and they had cruel and bloodthirsty grins as they charged after God, G, toward Wang Lin. That wasn't the end. After the 4 devils stepped out, a shocking demonic aura broke through the devilish aura. As the demonic aura spread out, 4 8-star ancient demons appeared. Their terrifying appearance, sharp nails, and green skin shocked the 4 ancient demons. 4 ancient gods, for ancient devils, for ancient demons. These 12 8-star ancient demons surrounded Wang Lin and roared as they closed in. They were getting closer and closer. Wang Lin's eyes were still closed, and he was still deducing the structure and flaws of the halo on his forehead. His mind was moving back and forth between the billions of runes. Every time he understood a rune, the golden light from the rune would dissipate. In this short period of time, about 30% of the billions of runes have been controlled by Wang Lin. After losing their light, the golden halo seemed to have dimmed. He didn't seem to notice the killing intent from the 12 ancient clan cultivators. The first ancient god to arrive before Wang Lin was the first to appear. Tomorrow afternoon, which is the 23rd at 1400 hours p.m., I'll be doing an interview with Urjenkis 6. I'm a bit nervous. Hee. I hope all the fellow Taoists will come. To be continued. Chapter 1631. There was a huge scar on the ancient god's chest. It was as if someone had almost sliced his chest open before Hung Ji. Even if an 8-star ancient god was not a royal, the strength of his physical body was still terrifying. Even so, such a wound had been left on him, which was enough to show just how powerful the person who had left this scar was. Roar! The ancient god was less than 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. Although it was far, with the ancient god's 10,000 feet body, it was less than the distance of a fist. The instant he closed in, the 8-star ancient god let out a roar and threw a punch at Wang Lin. An extremely powerful storm roared and swept away the fog in the area. A huge illusory figure appeared behind the ancient god. This illusory figure was also an ancient god, but it was wearing a suit of armor. A boundless aura of slaughter emanated from this illusory figure. In the center of this illusory figure's eyebrows, there were actually 9 stars. Wang Lin was the god of luck, and he was a royal god of luck. He knew very well that the illusory figures behind the ancient gods were either their inheritances or their loyalists. That illusory figure was a symbol that bore witness to the identity of the ancient god and the source of its inheritance. This 8-star ancient god's inheritance, or the person it was loyal to, was clearly the illusory armored 9-star auspicious god behind it. Even though Wang Lin's eyes were closed, he could clearly sense all of this. When the 8-star ancient god's punch arrived, the galaxy trembled. When the fist was less than 100 feet away from Wang Lin and the wind howled, Wang Lin didn't open his eyes. Instead, he took a step forward and raised his right hand to collide with the god of luck's fist. Wang Lin didn't stop moving. He took a step forward and pushed the ancient god to the side. A loud bang echoed, and the ancient god's dim eyes were filled with disbelief. The ancient god's full power punch was pushed away by a gentle palm from Wang Lin. After pushing away the ancient god's fist, Wang Lin's palm landed on the god of luck's tall body. With a boom, the ancient god vomited a mouthful of blood and was forced back 100,000 feet. Just at that moment, the other 3 ancient gods suddenly arrived. From 3 different directions, they threw a punch at Wang Lin. The full power of 3 8-star ancient gods was extremely terrifying. The moment the 3 punches neared, 7 stars twinkled and rotated between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The royal ancient god star suddenly appeared. Time seemed to slow down. Wang Lin's eyes were still closed as he took half a step forward. His right hand slapped the fist of one of the ancient gods. A boom rang out, and the ancient god's body trembled. The fist fell to the ground, and Wang Lin walked up to it and placed his hand on its chest. The ancient god's body violently trembled, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His body was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Wang Lin turned around and reached out with both hands to grab the fists of the other 2 god of luck. Although he only grabbed a small portion of them, it was as if he had grabbed hold of the souls of the 2 ancient gods. Then he pushed them away. A huge boom echoed out as the 2 ancient gods coughed up blood and were sent flying far away. All of this takes time to describe, but actually happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin had forced the 4 ancient gods to retreat. The golden ring of light on his forehead had dimmed by half and was rapidly fading away. Once it was completely gone, it would be the same as Wang Lin having complete control over it. Although the ancient gods had been forced back tens of thousands of feet after the god of luck, there were still the ancient devils. The 4 ancient devils were ferocious and bloodthirsty as they charged toward Wang Lin. Devil energy billowed out, and ancient devil divine abilities appeared. These divine abilities were extremely strange. Some turned into ancient devil treasures, while others turned into shrill spirits that resembled devil souls. They surrounded the 4 god of luck and charged toward Wang Lin. A huge black battle axe appeared. It was an ancient devil treasure, and one of the 4 god of luck slashed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were still closed, but his expression became cold. The ancient gods were of the same race, so he could hold back a bit. However, the ancient devils and ancient demons were of different races. The moment the battle axe fell, Wang Lin's body flickered, and he raised his right hand to press down on the blade of the axe. The ancient devil trembled violently, and the axe collapsed into devil energy. Just as it was about to dissipate, the devil energy charged toward Wang Lin's closed right eye. In the blink of an eye, it was completely absorbed by his right eye. As he absorbed the devil energy, Wang Lin stepped forward and arrived before the ancient devil. His right hand pressed down on the ancient devil's chest, and his fingers clenched into a fist. Then he pulled. A miserable scream echoed as the 8-star ancient devil's body collapsed into countless pieces of flesh and blood. A dense, black gas was pulled out by Wang Lin and landed on his closed right eye. All of this didn't stop the other 3 ancient devils. They seemed to have lost their minds as they recklessly charged forward with their original cruelty and bloodthirst. One of the ancient devils arrived behind Wang Lin and opened his mouth to devour Wang Lin. At the same time, the other 2 ancient devils arrived on Wang Lin's left and right. Jimo's spell appeared and charged at Wang Lin with devilish energy. Even the 4 god of luck demons closed in. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his eyes were still closed. The halo on his forehead was almost completely dim, and only a sliver of golden light was still struggling. He didn't turn around, but when the ancient devil closed in, he retreated and slammed his back in a god of luck. There was a thunderous bang, and the ancient devil let out a miserable scream. Devil energy exploded into a storm, and god of luck's body collapsed. Wang Lin didn't stop. He walked out of the storm and pressed his left hand against another ancient devil. The karma mark appeared once more. While absorbing the ancient devil's devil energy, Wang Lin calmly moved toward the last ancient devil. Countless god of luck spells closed in on him, but Wang Lin passed through them as if they were transparent. The ancient devil stared at him in disbelief as his palm landed on his chest. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the ancient devil turned into fog. Before it could dissipate, it was strangely sucked into Wang Lin's palm and disappeared. This scene didn't make the 4 ancient devils stop at all. They charged toward Wang Lin from all directions. Wang Lin didn't move, but pressed his right hand against his closed right eye. The moment he raised his hand, the last sliver of golden light on his forehead disappeared. Now the golden light around his forehead was completely devoid of light. Wang Lin opened his eyes. Outside the fog, old Devil Jean was excited. He stared at Wang Lin, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. In such a short period of time, he really subdued this treasure. The possibility of him being the third one isn't 30%, but 50%. I've searched the inner palace for countless years, and 7-Colored has also searched the outer palace for countless years, but we still haven't found the third one. I don't know where the third one is. If I can find it first. Old Devil Jean's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists. As for Wang Lin, the moment he opened his eyes, the golden blood formed by the immortal celestial body appeared between his eyebrows. It moved along the dim light ring and covered the entire area. As it moved, the light ring gave off an even brighter golden light. However, this time, the golden light belonged to Wang Lin. You're all courting death. Wang Lin's white hair moved without any wind. There was still a golden light around his forehead, and his robe was as white as snow. The moment he spoke, a monstrous killing intent spread out from his body. Under this slaughter aura, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. A giant, golden palm print appeared. War Spirit Print. This was the first time Wang Lin had used it after awakening from the Dream Tao, and its power was countless times stronger than before. The moment he used it, space itself trembled. The giant palm print that seemed to cover the entire star domain pressed down. The 4 ancient demons trembled and let out miserable screams as the palm print pierced through their bodies and caused them to collapse. Strands of demonic energy gathered in Wang Lin's left eye and were absorbed. As for the 4 of you, as ancient gods of my clan, you should have died on the battlefield, but your consciousness was erased and you became puppets. As a king, I can feel your sorrow. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow as he looked at the 4 ancient gods charging at him. He raised his right hand and pointed at them. The war spirit print that had destroyed the 4 ancient demons changed direction and followed Wang Lin's finger toward the 4 ancient gods. Wang Lin closed his eyes as if he didn't want to look. The moment he closed his eyes, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the 4 ancient gods dissipated. Before they died, they revealed expressions of relief. It's time for the divine retribution to end. Wang Lin raised his head and opened his eyes. He looked at the rift and walked toward it. When he closed in on the rift and saw what was inside, his pupils shrank. Inside the rift was the same as the world he had seen before. It was endless, the sky was dim, and there were countless stone statues on the ground. These statues were of ancient gods, ancient devils, and ancient demons. Real, celestial spiritual energy filled this place. It wasn't dense, but it was obviously different from outside. This celestial spiritual energy was the aura of the immortal astral continent. Below Wang Lin, there was an ancient demon statue, and there was a young man standing there. This young man had a head of white hair and was wearing a white robe. His eyes were cold as he looked up at the sky. Wang Lin's gaze only shrank when he saw this young man. Whether it was his appearance, aura, or everything else, this young man was exactly the same as him. Wang Lin's eyes returned to normal, and he slowly said, "Who are you?" To be continued. Chapter 1632. I am you. The white-haired young man revealed an enigmatic smile and also looked at Wang Lin, pretending to be mysterious. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and took a step forward. He moved like a meteor and ignored the white-haired young man. Instead, he moved toward the vast and strange continent. However, just as Wang Lin moved forward and was less than 1,000 feet away, his eyes lit up and he stopped. Looking ahead, Wang Lin raised his right hand and hit the void before him. With this slap, a ripple appeared before Wang Lin. The ripple spread out and turned into a barrier that looked like a curtain of water. This barrier contained a dense, celestial spiritual energy. It dissipated the power of Wang Lin's palm and also caused a rebound that charged into Wang Lin's body from all directions. You can't get in. The white-haired young man looked at Wang Lin from the ancient demon statue and shook his head. You want to know what a divine retribution is and the origin of a divine retribution? Then defeat me, and you will know everything. Don't be surprised that I know what you are thinking, because I am you. The white-haired young man took a step forward. His white hair fluttered and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He gave off an elegant temperament. The white-haired young man smiled and softly said, "Since the beginning of time, you're not the first heaven-defying cultivator in the third step, but no one has survived this divine retribution. I'm looking forward to seeing if you can do it." As he spoke, the white-haired young man walked out of the water-like barrier and stood 100 feet away from Wang Lin. He extended his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. "Do you dare or do you not dare?" There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't waste any time and charged toward the white-haired young man. He raised his right hand, and his fingers formed a palm as he closed in on the white-haired young man. Divine retribution. Interesting. The white-haired young man's expression remained the same as he walked toward Wang Lin. His right hand formed a palm, and he did the same thing as Wang Lin. This scene was extremely strange, and if anyone else saw this, they would be shocked. The two of them were exactly the same in terms of appearance, expression, clothes, and so on. They used the same divine ability and closed in on each other like two shooting stars in the vast world. In an instant, the two of them closed in on each other. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and his right hand formed a palm that collided with the white-haired young man's right palm. A loud bang suddenly reverberated through the world, setting off endless echoes that spread out in all directions. When they connected together, it was as if the world was roaring in anger. It was deafening, and the endless, continuous rumbling echoed in everyone's ears. As the echoes continued to echo, Wang Lin and the white-haired young man's movements were exactly the same. The moment their palms touched, they clenched their fingers together. Another boom rang out, and a violent storm erupted between the two of them, forming a violent gale that scattered in all directions. Their identical white hair and clothes fluttered, and even their expressions were exactly the same at this moment. Their gloomy expressions were filled with killing intent. This clenching motion was as if they wanted to clench their hands into fists, and, in the process, they wanted to extract their essence. All of this took a long time to describe, but actually happened in the blink of an eye. The two of them clenched their fists at the same time and pulled. The white-haired young man immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and was thrown back. Blood flowed out of his orifices. A flame tattoo appeared in his left eye, and a lightning tattoo appeared in his right eye. The karma, life and death, and true and false essences in his body trembled and flowed out of his orifices as if they were about to be extracted. In the end, they turned into a ball of chaotic energy that landed in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin also coughed up a mouthful of blood. His expression and essence were trembling, and they were no different from the white-haired young man's. There was also an essence in his orifices that was held in the white-haired young man's right fist. They retreated, and the two of them retreated 1,000 feet at the same time. There was no difference at all. As they retreated, the two of them even had the same idea. They placed the essence they had extracted from the other person's forehead and fused it into their bodies to make up for the loss of their essence. "There's no need to verify anything," said the white-haired young man. "Your thoughts are my thoughts, and your divine abilities are my divine abilities. I am you. You want to use a divine ability to test me? It might work on others, but it won't work on me." The white-haired young man wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and gave Wang Lin a strange smile. "If you don't believe me, then I'll help you believe me." With that, he took a step forward and shot toward Wang Lin like a beam of prismatic light. He lifted his left hand, and a white mist spread out to form a white mist. His right hand was surrounded by black mist, as black as ink. At the same time, he lifted both hands, closing in on Wang Lin and pushing out with both hands. Life and Death Seal. A powerful aura of life and death erupted from the white-haired young man's body. His left hand contained life, as if it contained all the spirits in the world. His right hand contained death, as if it controlled the rise and fall of fate. As he closed in, his left hand pressed down on Wang Lin. The white mist howled as it shot toward Wang Lin to devour him. This white mist was life force, and it shouldn't cause any harm. However, Wang Lin knew that the life force within the white mist was a part of the life and death seal. Once a person's life force closed in on them, the life and death seal would be formed. Wang Lin's expression was grim. He let out a cold harumph and also lifted his left hand. The life force filled the area, and his left hand pierced through it to meet the white-haired young man's life force palm. There was a bang, and their bodies trembled at the same time. Life force rushed into each other's bodies and messed up their auras. Both of them coughed out blood, but they didn't retreat. Instead, they raised their right hands and collided once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The clouds changed, and the world trembled. Wang Lin and the white-haired young man both coughed out blood and retreated. However, at the moment they retreated, they let out roars at the same time. Life and Death Seal. Life and Death Seal. As thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin landed on the ground and continued to retreat. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. After retreating 100 steps, Wang Lin's face was pale, and he finally stopped. His body was in chaos. The life and death seal had erupted. If he hadn't comprehended life and death, he would have been seriously injured by it. The white-haired young man also retreated, and his body smashed into the barrier of water. Once he penetrated it, he landed on the top of an ancient demon statue. With his step, countless cracks spread out from under his feet and covered the entire statue. With a bang, the statue collapsed. After the impact dissipated, blood flowed out from the corner of the white-haired young man's mouth. His expression was ferocious, but there was still that strange smile on his face. "How about it? The karma seal, the life and death seal, and all the spells you know, I know them all. How can you kill me? What are you going to use to kill me?" The white-haired young man's smile became wider and wider until he began to laugh like crazy. The two of them were blocked by the water barrier. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the white-haired young man inside the barrier and closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, the white-haired young man's expression changed, and he also closed his eyes. The two of them closed their eyes at the same time, and the true and false Tao appeared. In the true and false Tao, closing one's eyes was false, and everything in the world was false in one's heart. With one thought, the transformation between true and false was unpredictable. When they closed their eyes at the same time, it was as if the world no longer existed in the hearts of Wang Lin and the white-haired young man. Everything was an illusion. This illusion was not blurry, but the two of them had seen through the origin and understood everything. In an instant, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. The moment he opened his eyes, the white-haired young man opened his eyes as well. There was a flash of coldness in their eyes. In the true and false Tao, opening one's eyes was true. Everything that was false before became true once they opened their eyes. In this transformation between false and true, they could see through everything. The moment they opened their eyes, the two of them closed their eyes at the same time again. The moment they closed their eyes this time, Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved. In the true and false Tao, everything is false. With one thought, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, everything will disappear like smoke. The white-haired young man also waved his right hand and said the same words. Both of them fused true and false with their hearts and disappeared everything. If they were alone, this spell would be extremely powerful, but now they were using it on each other at the same time. As a result, the moment they waved their right hands, their bodies trembled violently. Thunderous rumbles shook the heavens and the earth. Both of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and were knocked back. However, Wang Lin only retreated 3 steps before he forced himself to stop. He forcibly reversed the force in his body and rushed out toward the white-haired young man who had done the same thing. The white-haired young man's actions were exactly the same as Wang Lin's, and he also rushed out. The two of them got closer and closer, and in almost an instant, they arrived at the center of the barrier. They stretched out their right hands at the same time, pointed at each other, and shouted the same 3 words at the same time. Stop soul spell. As soon as they pointed, Wang Lin's right index finger touched the white-haired young man's right index finger. Both of their bodies trembled at the same time. Stop soul spell did not stop their bodies. What he stopped was not only their bodies, but also their origin souls and everything that was moving in their bodies. Even the flow of time and the flow of time in this world were stopped by Wang Lin and the white-haired young man. Under the effect of the stop soul spell, both of their bodies immediately stopped moving. Their bodies fell from the sky at the same time, and as they fell, Wang Lin calculated in his mind. That should be it. Everything Wang Lin did before, he already had ulterior motives when he touched the white-haired young man's karmic connection. However, he couldn't think about it. According to his analysis, if he did, the white-haired young man would most likely sense it. Chapter 16:33. That was why he used the stop spell again and again. He used this spell to stop each other's divine senses and thoughts, or rather, to seal his own thoughts so that no one could sense them. Taking advantage of this moment, he quickly deduced in his mind and came up with a result. Wang Lin wasn't sure if she would be able to obtain it if he spent too much time thinking about it, so he made his mind go blank for a moment and not a single thought appeared. As their bodies sank down, the soul lock art on them dissipated at the same time. The instant it disappeared, the two of them did the same thing. They did not retreat. Instead, a cold light flashed in their eyes, and they began a frenzied attack on each other. Thunderous rumbles echoed. In a short period of time, the two of them used more than 10 spells that were exactly the same. There were Bifan celestial spells, Shimizu spells, and Wang Lin's self-created Dao spells. These spells caused thunderous rumbles to echo and shake the world. This caused the dark sky to be filled with thunderous rumbles. In fact, even the origin of fire and the origin of lightning had unleashed their full strength. However, in the end, both of them were heavily injured. The two of them vomited several mouthfuls of blood, and their expressions grew even darker and more dispirited. There was a thunderous bang, and Wang Lin quickly retreated. He was panting. This short battle had been extremely difficult for him. He could even faintly feel how difficult it was for others to deal with him. He had the body of an ancient god, and so did the white-haired young man. He was at the mid-stage of the third step, and so was the white-haired young man. Wang Lin had even taken out a treasure, but what shocked him was that the white-haired young man had also taken out a treasure. As a result, Wang Lin didn't take out any more treasures. He could vaguely tell that everything the white-haired young man had done was because of him. "It's useless, I'm you. You can't kill me." The white-haired young man stopped retreating. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a ferocious laugh. Wang Lin didn't speak, but the coldness and killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. He stopped retreating and charged forward once more. He moved like a ray of light. The white-haired young man's eyes were filled with mockery as he also charged toward Wang Lin. There was a thunderous bang as the two of them closed in once more. Their palms collided and they were both injured. However, the moment they were knocked back, Wang Lin would let out a roar and charge forward again. This cycle repeated itself once, twice, thrice. After more than 10 times, there were no more thoughts in their minds, only crazed, killing intent. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and the white-haired young man's eyes were also bloodshot. Kill, 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 kill. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and the white-haired young man's eyes turned into endless thunder. The white-haired young man roared. The same words echoed, and the same lightning shot toward Wang Lin. In an instant, the two of them collided for the 19th time. Thunder from both sides collided, causing a monstrous rumble. Erlu's body trembled, and his right eye was about to collapse. As he retreated, Wang Lin let out a roar and closed his eyes. His body was surrounded by the Tao of true and false. When he closed his eyes, everything in the world became false. The white-haired young man also let out a roar and closed his eyes. Between the Tao of true and false, everything in the world became false. However, the moment he closed his eyes, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. When he opened his eyes, there was no madness, only calmness. It was as if everything he had done before had been intentional. Even the madness was fake. The white-haired young man's heart trembled, and for the first time, his expression changed greatly. For the first time, his movements were different from Wang Lin's. He rapidly retreated, and as he did, he tried to open his eyes. However, Wang Lin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. How could he let the white-haired young man succeed? Wang Lin took a step forward, raised his right hand, and pressed it against the white-haired young man's chest. Karma seal. His essence was extracted, and the white-haired young man let out a miserable scream. He coughed up blood and struggled to open his eyes. However, the moment he opened his eyes, Wang Lin's left hand, which contained the power of life, landed between the white-haired young man's eyebrows. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand absorbed the essence he had just extracted, and with a bang, it landed between the white-haired young man's eyebrows. This palm was filled with the aura of death. Life and death seal. Impossible. The white-haired young man's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his body seemed to be on the verge of collapse as he retreated. All of this happened in an extremely short amount of time. The instant the karma seal of life and death heavily injured the white-haired young man, Wang Lin closed his eyes. He took a step forward, and when he opened his eyes again, they were terrifyingly calm. His gaze landed on the white-haired youth's eyes, causing the white-haired Qing Lunian's heart to tremble. A sense of fear actually rose within him. He hesitated, unsure if he should close his eyes as well. Once he closed his eyes, the other party would mysteriously disappear from his senses like before. That would be a catastrophe for him. But if he didn't close his eyes, then once Meng Hao's true and false Tao became true, he would also be seriously injured by the true and false Tao. During this moment of hesitation, Wang Lin closed his eyes. At the moment he closed them, everything in his mind was fake. He lifted his right hand and waved it in front of him. The white-haired young man let out a miserable scream and retreated quickly. Booming sounds came from his body, and he coughed up blood. His white robe was dyed red, and as he retreated, he charged toward the water screen. His body became a blur under the power of the true and false Tao. as if he could disappear at any moment. However, he forced himself not to, and his miserable screams were shocking. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I can copy everything about you. Your memories, your thoughts, they have nowhere to hide from me. There's nothing I don't know, nothing I don't know. You can't deceive me. You can't deceive me. I am you, unless you can. You can deceive yourself first. I understand. Tao of deception. Damn it, this is Liu Jinbiao's Tao of deception. The white-haired young man roared in understanding, but his body moved even faster toward the water screen. As long as he returned to the water screen, he would no longer be afraid of Wang Lin. He knew that as long as Wang Lin didn't kill him, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to enter the water screen that was like a ripple. It was indeed as the white-haired young man had said. Everything Wang Lin had done before was the Tao of deception. First, he had used his continuous attacks in exchange for a spell that allowed him to cast a stop spell without being suspected. He had used this spell in exchange for a moment to deduce everything in his mind. In truth, this deduction was not the main point. The main point was for Wang Lin to cast the dream Tao at that moment and turn it into the Tao of deception to deceive the white-haired young man. It was as if he had fallen asleep and had removed the stop spell to deceive the white-haired young man. As the two of them continued to clash, Wang Lin's mind was in the Tao of deception. It was as if his mind was split into two. One of his deceived selves was fighting the white-haired young man like crazy, and the other calm and composed self was looking for an opportunity to kill. This opportunity was the moment when the white-haired young man thought Wang Lin was going to cast the true and false Tao and close his eyes. All of this had been deduced when Wang Lin cast the stop spell, and he had used it without hesitation, resulting in this result. If not for this, it would have been even more difficult to completely kill this self-calamity that was no different from him. Even so, Wang Lin still couldn't destroy the white-haired young man in a short period of time. Wang Lin had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to kill this person, and he was not used to fighting himself. The white-haired young man had almost instantly figured out the cause and effect, causing Wang Lin's pupils to shrink. He watched as the white-haired young man quickly retreated toward the water-like barrier. Once the white-haired young man entered the barrier and understood Wang Lin's previous method, this person would be even more difficult to deal with. The white-haired young man would only make a mistake once. He would not fall for it a second time. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he stared at the white-haired young man rapidly retreating. He would not allow the white-haired young man to escape. He had to kill this person. He didn't use any spells to stop the white-haired young man. Even spells and the stop spell couldn't really stop him. Just as the white-haired young man was about to enter the barrier, Wang Lin clenched his teeth. Determination appeared in his eyes as he raised his right hand without hesitation and smashed it against his right leg. When this palm landed, his right leg trembled and became a bloody mess. His bones let out creaking sounds as if they were about to break. At the same time, the white-haired young man let out a miserable scream. His right leg was twisted and his flesh and blood collapsed. The same injury as Wang Lin's had appeared. This scene was like Wang Lin's palm landing on his right leg. How did you understand so quickly? The white-haired young man's eyes were filled with terror, and he coughed out blood. He was already seriously injured, and now that his right leg was broken, he staggered and slowed down. The moment his footsteps slowed down, Wang Lin moved forward like a bolt of lightning. He charged toward the white-haired young man and collided with him. With a thunderous bang, the white-haired young man's body collapsed and dissipated. As he dissipated, the water barrier that prevented Wang Lin from entering distorted and dissipated. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry to move forward. He stood there and closed his eyes. He activated his cultivation and gathered the ancient god power in his right leg. With his mid-stage spirit void cultivation and the amazing recovery ability of an ancient god, he quickly healed. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened and he stepped into the dissipating water barrier. However, just as half of his foot entered the water barrier, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He saw it. Cool Six's so nervous sweat Chapter 1634. Ancient Celestial Realm. This was the ancient celestial realm that existed between the inner and outer realms. This place was even older than the four celestial realms and had existed since the beginning of the inner and outer realms. For countless years, there was only one name for this place, and that was the ancient celestial realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm came from here, and the celestial imperial concubines came from here. Everything related to the ancient celestial realm began from here. Without the obstruction of the barrier, the vast land became clear. The dusky sky seemed to have countless storms sweeping through the nine heavens. Every day, every year, every month, it was as if these storms had existed since ancient times. They cycled through the sky tirelessly. In this dim sky, there were 9 suns hidden inside the fog, revealing only their outlines. What made Wang Lin's heart stop for a moment were these 9 suns inside the fog. There are also 9 suns here. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. When he looked at the immortal astral continent, he saw 9 suns hanging high in the sky. Now that he saw the 9 suns here again, he immediately had a guess in his heart. Either this place is part of the immortal astral continent I saw before. Even if it's not, this place must have a deep connection to the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin silently looked at the world. As his cultivation level increased and he learned more, the layers of mysterious veil that hid the truth gradually began to be torn apart. He was about to touch the ultimate secret of the inner and outer realms. This secret might be very cruel. It might be the end of everything, or it might just be another beginning. More than 2,000 years of cultivation and countless hardships between life and death had allowed Wang Lin to step into the ancient celestial realm and enter the supreme holy land in the hearts of cultivators. The land was completely silent. Countless statues stood there, looking like living people that had been petrified. They maintained all sorts of postures. Some were standing, some were kneeling, some were roaring at the heavens, and some had ferocious expressions on their faces. These statues were like a magnificent army that had been silent for tens of thousands of years. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin stood in the sky and raised his head. He faced the blinding light and looked at the 9 suns in the sky. He took a step forward and his figure flew into the sky, creating an earth-shattering howl. As he howled, Wang Lin charged toward the first sun. In an instant, Wang Lin closed in on the first sun hidden in the fog. A gust of wind blew by, causing Wang Lin's white hair and clothes to flutter. It was as if he was going to be blown away. However, his body was like an unmoving mountain. No matter how the wind blew by, it didn't affect him at all. His face was being blown away by the wind. His white hair covered his face, making it difficult to see clearly. However, his uncle's eyes could be seen through the gaps of his white hair. At this moment, they were shining brightly. Before the first sun, Wang Lin's body was extremely small, like a speck of dust. However, this speck of dust gave off a heaven-shaking aura. Before this aura, who would dare to call him a speck of dust? Before this aura, who would dare to compete with him? Even the first sun wasn't qualified. It was far from enough. Wang Lin looked at the sun that was covered by the fog. He waved his right hand, and a loud rumble echoed in the sky. The fog roared and was pushed back in all directions. It was as if the power of Wang Lin's sleeve was comparable to the might of the heavens. As the fog spread out like waves, the first sun was clearly seen by Wang Lin. His eyes were cold, and he waved his right hand again. This time, the sun's light dimmed, and after trembling a few times, it began to collapse in front of Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the vast world. The first sun continued to collapse, and the light around it dimmed until it disappeared without a trace. Now, the sun before Wang Lin had shrunk greatly. From a distance, it was still huge, but the difference between it and the sun from before was like the difference between heaven and earth. How is this a sun? It's clearly an object condensed from a divine ability or dharma spell. This sun contains the power of heavenly tribulation. This is the reason for the heavenly tribulation. Wang Lin's eyes glittered as he waved his right hand several times. Every time he waved his hand, the sun would shrink. A moment later, Wang Lin waved his sleeve one last time, and the three suns let out a shocking roar. Then they shattered and completely collapsed in front of Wang Lin. As they collapsed, a distorted bolt of thunder appeared in front of Wang Lin. This bolt of thunder had 9 colors, and it constantly changed. It was as if it was sealed inside the sun. Because of its existence, the first tribulation of heavenly tribulation was usually divine lightning. As he looked at the 9-colored thunder sealed inside the collapsed sun, Wang Lin could vaguely see the first time he faced heavenly tribulation. The thunder that could destroy heaven and earth had descended. I've long suspected that nothing in this world will appear for no reason. All living things are born because of karma. Even heavenly tribulation doesn't appear on its own. It's created by some strange power or some powerful existence. As Wang Lin murmured, he raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion at the sealed 9-colored thunder. The thunder rumbled toward Wang Lin and was instantly caught by Wang Lin. The thunder in his hand continued to distort, as if it would never submit to Wang Lin, unless Wang Lin's strength surpassed the strange existence that had created it. Holding the thunder in his hand, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with hesitation. I can see how the heavenly tribulation appears. I have my own guesses, but should I find out? Should I verify them? After a long time, Wang Lin's eyes shone with determination. His powerful divine sense suddenly spread out and filled the area. He wanted to see who had created this heavenly tribulation in the end. He was inside the thunder in his hand. The moment his divine sense entered the thunder, Wang Lin's legs immediately rumbled. His vision became blurry, as if time was reversing tens of thousands of years. Slowly, he saw a world. This world contained endless 7-colored light. The 7-colored light enveloped the earth, making this world seem like a dream. The world was huge and boundless. Within the rainbow-colored light was a middle-aged man in a rainbow-colored Taoist robe. The man had an arrogant expression, and his eyes shone brightly. There was also an extremely powerful pressure spreading out from his body. It was as if he stood there and the world was beneath his feet. Everything had to submit because he was a person vaster than the heavens. It was as if with just one thought, the world would collapse before him. The arrogance in his eyes contained endless coldness. This person's lips weren't thick, making him look serious and unkind. The moment Wang Lin saw this 7-colored man, his mind trembled. This man was exactly the same as the statue in his storage space. They were the same person. Wang Lin remembered that when he saved Shimizu in the 7-colored realm, he had also encountered a 7-colored person. However, compared to this person, that 7-colored person was completely inferior. It was like comparing the bright moon to the starlight. Although there were many similarities between the two of them and Shunsei, anyone who saw them would never think that they were the same person. This Lord's Cave is a world of its own and contains the fortune of the world. Everything can change according to my will. Although it can't compare to Grand Sovereign Forest Dao's Sunluo realm, it's not much different. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a heavenly Dao, so it can't evolve through time. It can't give birth to spirits or take out Joss flames. However, all of this will change today. This Lord has snatched a heavenly Dao. With a heavenly Dao, from now on, this Lord's Cave can give birth to living beings, time, and cultivators. Since there is another world, then there must be a divine retribution. The first divine retribution is thunder. As the 7-colored man muttered to himself, he raised his right hand and gently waved at the sky. The sky rumbled and bolts of thunder appeared in his hand. His right hand formed a seal, and in just a moment, the bolts of thunder gathered together to form a bolt of divine retribution thunder. From now on, you will guard the heavenly retribution thunder for the old man and punish those who defy his will. The image dissipated and Wang Lin's divine sense returned to his body. His body trembled, and his eyes revealed a complicated expression as he looked at the bolt of thunder in his hand. Wang Lin murmured, I should have guessed it a long time ago, cave. Cave. The old devil Jean once said that the inner realm was the inner realm. It was already very clear, but I didn't want to believe it. Just like Taoist scattered spirit in the 7 million worlds. He found out all the secrets, but he almost went crazy. Cave. Cave. It turns out that the world I, Wang Lin, live in, the inner and outer realms, are just the cave of a supreme cultivator on the immortal astral continent. It turns out that everything is like this, so ridiculous. It turns out that all the living beings in the inner and outer realms were born because of this. Heaven-defying cultivators, heaven-defying cultivators. The reason divine retribution punishes heaven-defying cultivators is because they have a heaven-defying will. Most of them choose to comprehend what the world is, so divine retribution punishes them. This is much more brilliant than what happened in the 7 million worlds. I should have guessed it a long time ago. I could have guessed it. I just didn't want to believe the truth. Wang Lin laughed like crazy. He pointed at the sky, and his laughter became louder and louder. After watching my Cool 6 interview, Sweat, I didn't realize I'd gained a few pounds. It's because of the clothes. It must be because of the clothes. Chapter 1635. What an interesting life. What an interesting heavenly Tao. What an interesting fortune. But even so, what can I do? I, Wang Lin, can enter the ancient celestial realm and break the divine retribution. I can learn why divine retribution is born. Then one day I, Wang Lin, can also step out of this cave and enter the immortal astral continent. I'll see how strong the grand exalts on the immortal astral continent are. What qualifications do they have to raise all life? What qualifications do they have to become the masters of all life? No wonder the first generation Rosefinch said he could take a limited number of people to his hometown. This is because the rest of them aren't from the immortal astral continent. They are just cultivators born in this cave. No wonder he said that someone in his hometown could resurrect Li Muan, and he couldn't. No wonder. No wonder Taoist scattered spirit can take the people of the 7 million worlds out. I, Wang Lin, can do the same in the future. I want to see how strong the people of the immortal astral continent are. I want to see if I can set off a bloody storm when I step out of this cave and into the immortal astral continent. I want to see if the grand exalts of the immortal astral continent will yield to me, a mortal born in the cave world. Wang Lin laughed like crazy. He wasn't surprised by what had happened today. He had speculated about all of this, but he didn't want to, wasn't willing, or was trying to deceive himself into not thinking about it. But today he had come to terms with it. So what if it was the truth? He was still Wang Lin. He was still a heaven-defying cultivator. He still had to resurrect Li Muan, and he still had to face everything in the world by himself. The truth, even if it was the truth, so what? As long as he had an unyielding heart, as long as he had an obsession, he would keep walking down this path. As he laughed, Wang Lin walked toward the second sun with his understanding of the truth. This second sun contained divine retribution fire, and he threw a punch. A deafening rumble echoed in the sky as the second sun collapsed, revealing the tribulation fire that the seven-colored man had condensed and sealed inside. Wang Lin didn't pause for even a moment. He took a step forward toward the third sun. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the third sun was filled with incredible pressure. That pressure was the might of the heavens, something that could suppress all living things. After destroying 3 suns in a row, Wang Lin's body flickered, and he laughed maniacally as he raised his right hand and slapped the air. His cultivation base erupted, transforming into a huge hand that shot toward the 4th sun. There were 4 swords in the 4th sun. These 4 swords emitted monstrous sword energy, but in Wang Lin's eyes, this sword energy was nothing. The 5th sun contained countless illusory figures. When these figures fused together, they were unpredictable. They were the source of the true illusion calamity. The 6th sun contained the auras of 3 treasures. These 3 treasures were the celestial suppression pagoda, the fate sealing ring, and the other treasures. After being destroyed by Wang Lin, the auras of these three treasures fused together and became one. The seventh sun contained the soul force of the three ancient clans. The souls of the three ancient clans were sealed inside the seventh sun. It was the final method to control the messenger of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin felt the aura of the self-retribution inside the eighth sun. This aura rapidly changed, making it difficult to distinguish. After destroying the 8 suns in a row, thunderous rumbles echoed across the ancient celestial realm. The collision caused the earth to tremble, and even the statues on the ground to tremble. However, Wang Lin didn't care about any of this. His gaze fell on the 9th sun. The 9th sun contained divine retribution power he had never seen before. However, he vaguely felt a very familiar aura from the sun. This aura contained his Limuans, his parents, and countless people he had met in his life. Standing next to the 9th sun, Wang Lin calmed down and closed his eyes. He stood there for a very long time. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he opened his eyes, there was a look of enlightenment in them. This 9th sun, the 9th divine retribution, is the divine retribution essence. It contains the lives of all living beings, whether they are in the inner or outer realms, alive or dead. This 9th divine retribution is like a master plan. Everyone born in this cave has a record. Looking at the 9th sun, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He wanted to destroy this divine retribution, and with his cultivation level, he might be able to do it. However, he understood that once he destroyed this divine retribution, the world would fall into chaos. After all, this world wasn't formed naturally. It was created by the 7-colored man. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed it against the 9th sun. His divine sense left his body through his right hand and turned into an invisible storm that rushed into the 9th sun. Under the sunlight, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and entered the depths of the 9th sun. The inside of the 9th sun was chaotic, and as Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, he saw a lot. He saw the lives of countless mortals. He saw the lives of countless cultivators. He saw many faces that he had never seen before. Those people wore ancient robes, and they had been dead for a very, very long time. The 9th sun contained the lives of all living beings throughout the countless years since the beginning of the world. It was like reincarnation, like law that changed everything. It turned all sorts of unfairness and opportunities into fate. Or it could be said that this 9th sun contained the so-called fate. Wang Lin's divine sense continued to spread out. After an unknown amount of time, he found the aura of fate that belonged to him. This aura was very strong, and it was very eye-catching in this endless chaos. Looking at the aura of fate that belonged to him, Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he seemed to make up his mind. His divine sense spread out and surrounded the aura of fate that belonged to him. After devouring it, he fused it with his divine sense. The moment he fused with the aura of fate, Wang Lin's divine sense underwent a drastic change. His body, which was outside the 9th sun, began to tremble violently. As he trembled, it was as if his body had become complete. It was as if he, Wang Lin, could control his own fate. There was no power in this world that could change the fate that belonged to him, Wang Lin. Not even heavenly retribution, not even the man in the t-shirt. It was as if at this moment, Wang Lin had truly reached perfection. He had taken back his own fate from the world and transcended. Since ancient times, the pursuit of mortals, aside from their desires, was to control their own fate. However, there had never been anyone who could do it. Fate was fickle, and the power of mortals was limited. They could only struggle under fate and let out unwilling roars. They were like ants in a person's hand that could be squeezed as they pleased, unable to escape. In the end, they would die in the palm of that person's hand. Their corpse would be moved to a place where it would rest forever. However, this rest was also under the control of fate. In a mortal world, there was a rumor that if the king of hell wanted you dead at midnight, no one would be able to live until dawn. In the minds of mortals, because of the fear of death, there was a saying about the yellow springs of hell and the king of hell. However, all of this showed the fear and struggle people had toward fate. However, in the end, the answer they got was that they could not transcend it. Even if they thought they had succeeded, they were just deceiving themselves. Only Wang Lin, on this day, at this moment, had taken back his fate. He was the one who controlled his own fate. Wang Lin had taken back his fate, but he didn't withdraw his divine sense. His divine sense continued to search the ninth sun. He searched for his friends, family, and lovers. He wanted to take back the fate that belonged to them. Even though many of these people had died, Wang Lin wouldn't allow them to transcend the rules of fate even in death. As he searched, he found his father and his mother. What caused his soul to weep was the fate of his parents. Even though they were dead, their auras were still intertwined, and were intertwined with the auras of countless lives. Life after life, they were anchored to each other and lived for generations to come. The love between parents was ordinary and warm. It was a kind of stubbornness to rely on each other, even in death. His divine sense gently wrapped around the fate aura of his parents' death. Wang Lin began to search once more. He found San, Big Head, Zhou, Yi, Qing Shuang, Qing Lin. He found Master South Cloud, Master Hongshan, Wang Zhua, the old divine emperor, Du Tian. He found even more people. He found his own child, Wang Ping, and found Zhou Ru. He took away their fates so that they would no longer be controlled by the world. He wanted them to transcend like him. He also found Red Butterfly, Mu Bingmei, Shi Zifeng, and all the beauties he had met in his life that he had forgotten. There was also Li Qianmei. However, during this constant search, Wang Lin couldn't find Shimizu or Sidanan. He even tried to find the missing Tian Yunzi, but in the end, it was as if the fates of the three of them had disappeared without a trace. What he couldn't find was a very important person to Wang Lin. This person was his lover, the descendant of his parents, the woman equivalent to his life. This woman was named Li Muan. No matter how hard Wang Lin searched, he couldn't find Li Muan's fate aura. It was as if this aura had disappeared into thin air. However, Wang Lin felt that it was different from when Shimizu, Situ Nan, and the others disappeared. It was as if the fates of Shimizu, Situ Nan, and the others had never appeared in the ninth sun. As for Li Muan, there were signs of her existence, but someone had taken her away without anyone noticing. The updates in June weren't good enough, and Earroot felt very embarrassed, so he didn't ask for monthly votes. How about this? I'll be home tomorrow night, and for the next few days in June, Earroot won't go out at all. I'll strive for a few more days and let everyone enjoy watching. Chapter 1636. He continued to search inside the ninth sun, but in the end, Wang Lin found the auras of many people, but he couldn't find Shimizu or Situ. Similarly, he couldn't find the woman that was important to him. It wasn't until his divine sense returned from the ninth sun that he opened his eyes. There was a flash of confusion in his eyes, and it made Wang Lin look like he was startled by the world. Situ and Shimizu's fates, why don't they exist here? Could it be that they don't belong to this cave? The confusion in Wang Lin's eyes became even deeper. He thought back to the seven-colored realm in the Summoned River, where he saw Shimizu and the seven-colored Taoist. He saw Shimizu's life being watched by the seven-colored Taoist. That strange gaze was still vivid in Wang Lin's mind. That gaze can vaguely explain why Shimizu's fate isn't in the ninth sun. But Situ, I know a lot about Situ. His talent is shocking, and every time we meet, his cultivation increases by several fold. Could it be that all of this is the answer to why his fate isn't in the ninth sun? Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the earth below. He seemed to have grasped some thoughts, but these thoughts were covered by layers of fog, making it impossible for him to understand them completely. There's also that Tian Yunzi. From the beginning, I couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Perhaps only he knows what he is thinking. Even though my cultivation has reached the mid-stage of Spirit Void, I still fear Tian Yunzi. This person has a lot of secrets, and they are very deep and terrifying. Wang Lin looked at the dazzling ninth sun before him, and his eyes gradually became cold. Wan Er's aura of fate is different from Situ and Shimizu's. There are traces here, which means it should exist, but I can't find who took away Wan Er's aura of fate. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. The coldness in his eyes was filled with killing intent. Wan Er is only an ordinary woman. Her fate shouldn't be noticed, but now it has been taken away. No matter who took it, I, Wang Lin, have made an oath in the ancient celestial realm to get it back. If anyone dares to change her fate, then even if it's on the immortal astral continent, I, Wang Lin, will wash the immortal astral continent in blood, just like I did with the Tung family. Wang Lin's reverse scale was Wan Er. Now seeing Wan Er's fate taken away made him feel pain, as if his heart was being dug out from his chest. This pain would make Wang Lin go crazy. The more a person understands, the more they know, and the more they understand, the more pain they will feel. At this moment, Wang Lin was like this. Perhaps if he had a choice, he would choose not to know anything and end his life as a mortal. However, now that he knew and understood, he had no way out. Wan Er's fate had been taken away by someone else. He had to find it and allow Wan Er to escape fate like him. This would be the first step to awakening Li Muan. After seeing the fate of all living beings in the ninth sun, Wang Lin understood that he was going to resurrect Li Muan and awaken Li Muan. The monstrous killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes was gradually hidden. His expression was gloomy, and he didn't even look at the ninth sun. He turned and stepped down toward the ground below him. The statues of the three ancient clans stood tall on the ground. A bleak northern wind blew past, picking up countless grains of sand and causing dust to fly into the air. As far as the eye could see, there were no living beings on the ground. There were only ravines and deep pits in the ground between the statues. The ravines were left behind by a great battle from ancient times. The craters were the same. They were like scars and pits, leaving traces of time on the ground. The wind could only blow away the dust on the surface of the scars, but it couldn't blow away the aura of heaven and earth left behind by the various divine abilities of the past. Wang Lin landed on a statue of the god of luck and stood there. His white hair was blown by the northern wind, and his white robes fluttered. The wind whistled in his ears, but Wang Lin's eyes gradually calmed down. After a long time, he looked down at the statue below him. The statue's ancient god was already dead, but there was still a strange power inside. It was this power that allowed the statue to awaken at any time. It could become a puppet that had lost its existence and become the so-called emissary of the heavenly Tao. The three ancient clans became the guards of this cave. Sad, pitiful, hateful. Wang Lin shook his head and pointed at the statue below him. The moment he jumped up, a thunderous rumble came from the statue. Cracks appeared where Wang Lin's foot touched the statue and rapidly spread. In an instant, the cracks completely surrounded the statue. With a violent rumble, the statue collapsed and turned into countless pieces of rubble that scattered on the ground. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since you all died in battle, don't hold any thoughts of living. Dying on the battlefield is the best ending for people like us. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and stepped forward. Wherever he went, all the statues, whether they were ancient gods, ancient devils, or ancient demons, collapsed one by one with a wave of his hand. If I don't destroy you today, in the future, when you all awaken, you will disturb the world and become puppets. Wang Lin let out a sigh and waved his right hand. With a bang, an ancient devil statue collapsed into pieces. As the statues of the three ancient clans continued to crumble, the auras of the ancient devils, ancient demons, and ancient gods emerged from the crumbling statues, turning into wisps of smoke that drifted in the air, forming blurry shadows. These shadows were what they looked like when they were alive, and it was possible to see their injuries. At this moment, the three ancient clans were confused, but they soon understood everything. They clasped their hands at Wang Lin and turned into wisps of smoke. They moved blindly toward Wang Lin and fused with Wang Lin's body. As Wang Lin moved forward, all the statues he passed by collapsed. The thunderous rumbles and the countless shadows clasping their hands together in the sky were shocking. There was also a deep sense of sorrow coming from them. Wang Lin didn't speak and silently walked forward. Thunderous rumbles accompanied him as the countless shadows clasped their hands to send him off. The auras of the three ancient clans entered the stars between his eyebrows, left eye, and right eye. The land was vast and boundless. As the statues collapsed, the mournful northern wind blew away the sorrow. The mournful sounds were like murmurs, as if they were telling stories of the past. After an unknown amount of time, a statue that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in front of Wang Lin. There were 9 stars between the eyebrows of the statue. Although the 9th star was still a bit blurry, it had already begun to take shape. The ancient god statue was infinitely close to the peak of the 9th star. He stood there with his right hand clenched into a fist. His fist was only halfway through. His expression was one of pain and unwillingness. His body was frozen by a force, and he became a statue. He wore a simple set of armor on his body. However, even that armor had become a part of the statue. This was the ancient god statue that Wang Lin had seen the most stars along the way. Standing before this ancient god statue, Wang Lin could faintly feel the shocking might of this ancient god. The fist that was only halfway through was like it could shatter the world and kill countless cultivators. Those opened eyes were filled with unwillingness. As long as one looked at it, one would be able to hear the angry roar that came from the statue since ancient times. Standing before the statue, Wang Lin pondered for a bit. After clasping his hands, he waved his right hand at the statue. Countless cracks appeared on the statue. The cracks continued to spread until they covered the entire statue. There was a violent rumble, and the statue began to collapse. However, the moment it collapsed, a vortex suddenly appeared at the center of the statue's eyebrows, where the 9 stars were connected to each other. As the vortex rotated, the center of the statue's eyebrows seemed to melt. A sharp roar came from the vortex. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. In truth, the moment the vortex appeared, he noticed it and coldly looked over. He saw a dried-up hand covered in mucus struggle to reach out from the vortex between the eyebrows of the statue. As it reached out, a gloomy aura spread out in all directions. This aura came from the dried-up right hand. This hand seemed to represent death and contained a sense of majesty. There was also a faint flash of golden light coming from the hand. The sharp roar became even more intense, and the dried-up hand grabbed at the side as if it wanted to climb out from the vortex. The roar became even clearer, and in just a moment, it was earth-shattering. Thou hast disturbed the slumber of my celestial. Thou hast destroyed my embryo to heal me. Thou hast committed a crime punishable by death. No matter where thou came from, thou must die, die, die. Not only thou must die, but thy tribe will also be buried with thee. Thou hast destroyed the embryo, and thy body shall become my embryo. Thou, noisy. Before the voice could finish speaking, Wang Lin let out a cold snort and cut it off. He stepped forward and grabbed the dried-up hand with his right hand. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he struggled to reach out from the vortex between the eyebrows of the statue. As he reached out, a gloomy aura spread out in all directions. This aura came from the dried-up right hand. This hand seemed to represent death and contained a sense of majesty. There was also a faint flash of golden light coming from the hand. The sharp roar became even more intense, and the dried-up hand grabbed at the side as if it wanted to climb out from the vortex. The roar became even more clear, and in just a moment, it was earth-shattering. Thou hast disturbed the slumber of my celestial. Thou hast destroyed my embryo to heal me. Thou hast committed a crime punishable by death. No matter where thou came from, thou must die, die, die. Not only thou must die, but but thy tribe will also be buried with thee. Thou hast destroyed the embryo, and thy body shall become my embryo. Thou, noisy!" Before the voice could finish speaking, Wang Lin let out a cold snort and cut it off. He took a step forward and grabbed the dried-up hand like lightning. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he pulled the dried-up hand out. "Since you're struggling so much, I'll help you out. Get the hell out." Wang Lin let out a roar and pulled. A powerful force caused the statue to collapse, and a naked, dried-up figure was pulled out by Wang Lin and mercilessly thrown toward the ground. The earth trembled and a monstrous shockwave appeared. A large crater appeared on the ground, and Wang Lin charged into the crater. "As long as you're alive, it doesn't matter if you're a celestial or a cultivator, Wang will take your memories." Today, he would go home and owe 1 chapter. Tomorrow, he would release 4 chapters. Not just one day, but a few days. He would try to make up for the chapters he owed this month as soon as possible. Feeling apologetic, he clasped his hands and bowed. Chapter 16:37. With a thunderous rumble, Wang Lin turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into the deep pit on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin closed in on the deep pit. Just at this moment, an extremely angry roar came from the deep pit. Along with the voice, rays of golden light that stretched for tens of thousands of feet appeared. The golden light was dim, and there seemed to be a hint of purple in it. Clearly, it was not pure. At that moment, they flickered out of the crater, and as the roar echoed out, a shocking impact exploded forth. It was as if a storm had collapsed in the deep pit, and all of it was rushing out from the mouth of the deep pit. When Wang Lin closed in, it was the moment the dark golden light erupted. The wind howled and swept up Wang Lin's long hair and clothes. It was as if it wanted to blow away his body and all his divine sense. "You dare to attack me? You have offended the might of a celestial. You must die." The roar was mixed with endless anger. As the golden light flashed, a thin figure rushed out from the deep pit. His figure was blurry, and only a dazzling dark golden light could be seen. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. He had broken through the void gate and shattered the divine retribution. At this moment, he was at the mid-stage of the spirit void realm. Even a celestial would not be his opponent. The moment the thin figure rushed out, Wang Lin took a step forward. He raised his right hand and casually grabbed at the air before him. With this, the world changed colors. It was as if countless laws had been twisted by Wang Lin. It was as if all the laws in the world had lost their orbits and had to obey Wang Lin's will. The thin figure wanted to struggle, but no matter how he resisted, it was useless. In the end, he let out a scream of terror, and his neck was grabbed by Wang Lin. With a vicious squeeze, the thin figure rumbled as if he was about to collapse. But in the end, he only coughed out a mist of blood and did not collapse. Wang Lin was surprised. The thin figure looked like an old man. He was not handsome, and there was nothing special about him. If there was something special about him, it was just that he had mixed celestial blood in his body. He looked extremely weak, but the toughness of his body surprised Wang Lin. "You, a cultivator from the lower realm, dare to attack a celestial? Let me go. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a high cultivation level. If I hadn't been seriously injured in my early years, killing you would be as easy as crushing a bug." The thin old man shouted anxiously. An arrogant expression appeared on his face. It was clear that he had shouted at the so-called cultivator from the lower realm since ancient times. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but when he heard the old man's words, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He glanced at the old man and raised his right hand to throw at the sky. His right hand formed a seal, and he pressed his palm towards the old man who had been thrown out. With this palm, the world rumbled and the clouds changed. A huge palm print appeared from Wang Lin's right hand. It absorbed the power of the world and grew endlessly large. It rumbled from the ground to the sky. It looked like it was going to destroy the sky and blast a hole in the sky. The expression of the thin old man changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He let out a miserable scream and wanted to dodge, but in an instant, the huge palm print closed in and smashed into the old man's body. The old man coughed out blood, and popping sounds came from his body. His left hand trembled and collapsed. The old man's face was filled with terror. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. In his memory, he was seriously injured after the battle and chose to enter the body of an 8.5-star god of luck to heal himself. After countless years, his injuries had almost healed. Just now, he noticed that the embryo of the god of luck that he had chosen to use to heal himself had been destroyed. He had awakened in anger and immediately recognized that Wang Lin was not a celestial, but an ant born from this cave world. As one of the 100 guards of the celestial sovereign, he could deal with such a person at will. If he had the slightest problem, he would kill to vent his anger. It was because of this deep-rooted thought that he, who is angry, chose to kill people to vent his anger like he did before he fell asleep. However, before he could make a move, the other party used a kind of divine power that made his mind tremble to grab him and fiercely throw him to the ground. This throw caused the old man to feel intense pain, but he still didn't wake up. He became even more angry, and it wasn't until Wang Lin grabbed his neck and blew up his left arm that he became afraid. Only then did he wake up and realize that the person before him was different from the lower realm insect that all celestials worshipped in excitement. A heaven-defying cultivator. You're a heaven-defying cultivator from the lower realm. The old man's voice was filled with disbelief, and he quickly retreated. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he waved his sleeves and took a step. With one step, he appeared behind the skinny old man, and his right hand slammed down on the old man. With a bang, the old man let out a miserable scream and coughed out blood. He was seriously injured once more, and his body staggered. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with monstrous fear. Impossible! Master set up divine retribution to prevent heaven-defying cultivators from appearing. With divine retribution, it is impossible for a third-step heaven-defying cultivator to appear. It is impossible for something like this to happen. Forget Master. Even in the caves of the powerful cultivators on the immortal astral continent, I have never heard of a lower realm ant that could defy the heavens and reach the third step. The old man wiped away the blood and turned around with a miserable smile. His eyes were filled with madness. He was a celestial, so he naturally had the means to save his life in despair. He was also someone who had experienced the war back then, so there was no weakling who could survive that war. His hands formed a seal, and the old man bit the tip of his tongue to spit out a mouthful of golden blood. However, just as the blood came out, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and calmly pointed at the old man. "Stop!" A tremor ran through the old man's body as the mouthful of blood froze in place in front of him. His body suddenly lost all ability to move. Even the flow of time and the rotation of heaven and earth seemed to come to a complete stop. However, this old man was still a celestial. The moment he was frozen, a monstrous tremor was set off in his mind that came from his soul. "Stop spell. This is Lord Celestial Sovereign's spell. Stop spell." How does he know this spell? How did he learn it? Who taught it to him? His thoughts stopped under the stop spell. Wang Lin calmly walked up to the old man and looked at the horrified expression on the old man's face. Wang Lin raised his right hand and placed it on the old man's forehead. Let me see what exactly happened here back then. Waiting for the plane at the capital's airport made him feel uneasy. He felt like he owed too much this month. He found a quiet place and began to write. Now that he was about to board the plane, he felt much better after writing this and uploading it. Tomorrow, it would erupt again. Chapter 1638. Wang Lin's right hand fell. The divine sense condensed by his powerful cultivation poured into the old man's head like a flood. It turned into a silent howl and swept up the old man's divine sense, flesh and bones. Popping sounds immediately came from the old man's body. His expression twisted as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. Blood flowed out of the old man's orifices, and his teeth trembled under the effect of the stop spell. In just a moment, the soul stop spell on the old man dissipated slightly amidst the intense pain. This caused the old man's pain to turn into shrill screams. He wanted to break free from Wang Lin's control, but no matter how he struggled, Wang Lin's right hand was as hard as a mountain. It held tightly onto the old man's head, giving him no chance to escape. The miserable screams caused the old man to sweat profusely. His eyes were filled with despair, and his entire face was deathly pale. You've committed the crime of murdering a celestial. You'll die a horrible death. I'm a warrior celestial under the celestial sovereign. I have the bloodline of a celestial. If you kill me today, you'll definitely suffer a calamity. You talk a lot of nonsense. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He clenched his right hand, and his divine sense rushed into the old man's body again. It gathered in the old man's mind, tried to obtain all the old man's memories. Just as Wang Lin's divine sense entered the old man's memories, in the depths of the ancient celestial realm, at the center of the many statues, there were 4 statues of the 3 ancient clans. The surroundings were silent, as if this place had been like this since ancient times. At this moment, a hoarse voice echoed from one of the statues. Rose Finch, your descendant's cultivation isn't weak, but he's overestimating himself. He actually wants to search the memories of a warrior celestial. Even though a warrior celestial is inferior to us, he possesses the bloodline of a celestial. How could a mere ant's descendant be able to search for him? That voice carried a hint of ridicule as it faintly resounded. He reached the 3rd step of the heavenly retribution and even extracted his own fate from the 9th sun. Such a thing is inconceivable, but he did it. White Tiger, how dare you mock him like this? As a cultivator from the lower realms, would you be able to do such a thing? A cold snort could be heard, and an ancient voice came from another statue. If it were me, I might be able to do it as well. The memories of us celestials are sealed by the celestial sovereign, and this is a fortune that only the core members of the 7 Tao sect can enjoy. I'm not surprised that this little ant can kill a soldier celestial who is recovering from serious injuries, but I'm sure that if he tries to break the celestial sovereign's seal, he will be courting death. The mocking voice sneered. Enough, there's no need to argue over this person. Rose Finch, your descendant is indeed overestimating himself. If he dies to the celestial sovereign's seal, will it affect your plan? A 3rd voice came from another statue. After pondering for a long time, Rosefinch's voice faintly echoed. He was not a part of my plan. I was also a bit surprised that he was the first to arrive here. This child is extraordinary. He is the first heaven-defying cultivator I have seen in my life. Unfortunately, he is a lower realm cultivator. If he was on the immortal astral continent, he would definitely be famous. However, he shouldn't have searched his soul. Not even all of us working together can break the celestial sovereign seal. I fear he will die in less than 15 minutes. What a pity, what a pity. A 4th voice came from the last statue, and this voice was filled with regret. The voices of the 4 gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Even Rose Finch let out a sigh in his heart. He knew Wang Lin, but he didn't think Wang Lin could break the celestial sovereign's seal. In the old man's sea of consciousness, his divine sense had formed its own world. It was tightly sealed, forming a dense fog that prevented Wang Lin's divine sense from entering. This was not the first time Wang Lin had encountered this kind of situation. When he searched the memories of the woman in silver, he encountered the same thing. In the woman in silver's sea of consciousness, the person from the 7-colored statue had appeared in the fog that sealed her memories. Today, in the old man's sea of consciousness, Wang Lin saw the thick fog once more. His divine sense paused for a moment before condensing. As his divine sense condensed, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the fog. This scene was very strange. In the vast world of the ancient celestial realm, Wang Lin's eyes were closed and his right hand was pressing down on the old man's head. However, inside, Wang Lin's divine sense condensed into an origin soul and appeared outside the old man's sea of consciousness. Wang Lin's origin soul looked the same as his body. It was wearing a white robe and had a head of white hair. He stood there and looked at the churning fog before him. This fog contained an indescribable pressure, as if it was a seal. With the seal here, it could stop all soul-searching spells. The woman in silver has this kind of seal, and this old man also has this kind of seal. Interesting, it looks like all the celestials under the celestial sovereign have this kind of seal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Back then, his cultivation level wasn't high enough, and he had given up before the woman in silver's divine sense. Aside from his cultivation level, there was another reason. If he had tried to break the seal by force, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would have caused great harm to the woman in silver. However, this old man wouldn't make Wang Lin feel any guilt. Although there was no hatred between him and the old man, it wasn't enough to kill him. If Wang Lin hadn't known that the inner and outer realms were just a cave, Wang Lin wouldn't have killed him. However, Wang Lin understood everything. Wang Lin felt an unspeakable hatred toward the celestial sovereign and all the celestials under him. In particular, the disappearance of Li Muin's fate aura caused Wang Lin's hatred to reach a peak. As he let out a cold snort, Wang Lin walked toward the fog inside the old man's sea of consciousness. Wang Lin moved like a meteor and closed in on the fog. He waved his right hand, and a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. The gust of wind charged the fog. The gust of wind pushed the fog away like crazy. In the blink of an eye, a gap appeared in the fog before Wang Lin. The moment the gap was formed, Wang Lin stepped inside and disappeared into the fog. Inside the fog, Wang Lin quickly moved forward. The fog parted before him as if it formed a passage. As Wang Lin moved forward, he gradually entered the depths of the fog. Just as he stepped into the depths of the fog, there was a flash of seven-colored light. This seven-colored light was extremely eye-catching in the dark fog, and Wang Lin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Following his gaze, he saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the depths of the fog, in a thin layer of fog that was penetrated by the seven-colored light. The middle-aged man had his eyes closed, and his body was surrounded by seven-colored light. As he sat there, a monstrous pressure spread out, causing the hearts of all living things to tremble before him. They were unable to take half a step forward. This seven-color man was not the person Wang Lin had encountered in the seven-colored realm, but the true body of the seven-colored statue inside his storage space. This was the second time Wang Lin had seen this person. After pondering a bit, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he stepped forward without hesitation. His right hand formed a seal, and the old man's sea of consciousness rumbled. A giant palm print appeared before Wang Lin. The palm print penetrated the fog and shot toward the middle-aged man. This man was a seal that prevented anyone from searching for the celestials under him. The gigantic palm print instantly closed in on the middle-aged man and pierced through his body. However, at the instant it pierced through him, the palm print silently collapsed. This scene was extremely strange, and if one looked closely, they would see that the palm print hadn't even touched the middle-aged man. Instead, it had collapsed 3 inches away from him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The moment the palm print collapsed, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. A shockwave came from Wang Lin's finger and formed a vortex that closed in. This time Wang Lin looked very carefully and saw the vortex silently collapse 3 inches away from the middle-aged man. Wang Lin stared at the middle-aged man. He waved his sleeves and took a step forward. He personally closed in on the middle-aged man and raised his right hand. The ancient god star between his eyebrows rotated, and a vast amount of power from the god of luck fused into his fingers, causing Wang Lin's fingers to be able to split the earth and even shatter a cultivation planet. With this kind of power, his fingers closed in on the middle-aged man with loud rumbles. In an instant, they were only 3 inches away from him. At the instant they entered the 3-inch boundary, Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly. He saw his fingers rapidly collapse in an unimaginable manner. There was no pain, but he could clearly see them disintegrating. In just an instant, a small portion of his fingers that had entered 3 inches had disintegrated. That 3-inch area was like a boundary, and all power that came close to it would disappear. If he forced his way in, Wang Lin's right hand would disappear without a trace before he could even touch the middle-aged man. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he yanked his right hand out. He took a few steps back with a calm expression. He looked at the middle-aged man sitting there with his eyes closed, then at the 2 fingers that had lost a small portion of his fingers. There were no wounds at all. What a strange power, Wang Lin muttered. The ancient god power in his body moved and fused into his fingers. The flesh on his fingers slowly squirmed and grew back. As he pondered, Wang Lin hesitated for a moment. With the seal formed by the middle-aged man, it would be difficult for him to obtain the thin, old man's memories, but it was not impossible. The first update has been sent, and today's update has been released. Chapter 1639. However, there was a price to pay. Wang Lin was weighing whether the price was worth it. Was the old man's memory enough for Wang Lin to obtain it at all costs? While he pondered, many images appeared in his mind. They were all scenes of him doubting this world. The final scene was just now, when he was finally sure that the world he was in was just a cave. I want to know the reason for all of this, the truth about this cave. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with decisiveness. He closed his eyes and suddenly opened them a moment later. The 7 ancient god stars rotated rapidly. The ancient demon and ancient devil stars rotated at the same time in his left eye and right eye. Eventually, they turned into a mass of starlight that surrounded his body. The power of the ancient god, ancient devil, and ancient demon filled Wang Lin's body. This caused Wang Lin's origin soul to become corporeal and distort strangely. Slowly, the shadow of an ancient god appeared behind him. On the left side of the ancient god, the shadow of an ancient devil appeared, and on the right side, the shadow of an ancient demon appeared. This was the first time the 3 ancient clans had appeared behind Wang Lin at the same time. This meant that the power of the 3 clans was moving through his origin soul, and behind the 3 clans was the giant head of the Ancient Order clan. The ancient head covered the sky, and after it appeared, Wang Lin's origin soul rapidly expanded. However, before it could completely expand, it was constantly compressed by Wang Lin, causing thunderous rumbles to come from his body. After a long time, under Wang Lin's suppression, his body maintained its original size, but contained the shocking power of the ancient clan. With this power, Wang Lin's recovery ability reached a terrifying degree. However, he was still not satisfied. According to his analysis, this kind of recovery wouldn't be able to get past the 3-inch limit around the middle-aged man. Inside the hole, Wang Lin gathered all the ancient power in his body into his right index finger. At this moment, his right index finger gave off a powerful aura that could shake the ancient celestial realm. With this aura, this finger could be called the Immortal Finger. This was the 7th spell that Wang Lin had comprehended in his dream Dao, the Ji clan Immortal Finger. The ancient Immortal Finger gathered all the power of the 3 Ji clans in Wang Lin's inheritance. Not only did it have a powerful attack, it also contained a shocking recovery ability. This kind of recovery ability could be called immortal by Wang Lin. This word was enough to describe its recovery speed. The so-called indestructibility could only be achieved when one's regenerative ability reached a pinnacle. Even the destruction of the world would not be able to stop one's regenerative ability. In other words, countless times of destruction could not be faster than one's regenerative ability. Only then could one use the word indestructible. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't make his entire body indestructible. He could only make one of his fingers truly indestructible. This ancient immortal finger was a powerful spell that Wang Lin had comprehended after experiencing the immortal celestial body. It was created by borrowing the power of the Ji clan. It didn't need celestial spiritual energy. All it needed was ancient power. However, its effect was no weaker than the real, immortal celestial body. With one finger immortal, Wang Lin stared at the middle-aged man sitting not far away. He looked at the seven-colored light around him, and his eyes became cold. He took a step forward, and his immortal finger mercilessly shot toward the spot between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. This finger looked slow, but it was as fast as lightning. It instantly closed in 3 inches from the middle-aged man. The moment it got within 3 inches of the middle-aged man, Wang Lin's finger collapsed at a terrifying speed. If it was before, this collapse would be irreversible. No force or matter could get within 3 inches of the middle-aged man. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's finger rapidly collapsed and then rapidly recovered. This kind of recovery speed was very clear. It could be seen that Wang Lin's finger would reform at the same time it collapsed. 3 inches was a very short distance, but to Wang Lin, it was extremely long. As Wang Lin's finger continued to collapse, his finger rapidly recovered. This cycle was endless. The closer Wang Lin's finger got to 3 inches from the middle-aged man's body, the more intense the collapse became. In almost an instant, the finger would collapse 100,000 times or even 10 million times. But at the same time, the immortal finger would reform 100,000 times or even 10 million times. This was the immortal finger. This kind of recovery speed could no longer be described as a spell. This was a strange technique that should not exist in this world. The deeper it went, the more terrifying the collapse became. When Wang Lin's finger reached 3 inches in and almost touched the spot between the middle-aged man's eyebrows, the degree of collapse was already indescribable. In the end, the recovery speed of Wang Lin's finger continued to accelerate until it completely surpassed the speed of collapse. Just like that, his finger completely condensed its might. He ignored the terrifying power of collapse and mercilessly pointed at the spot between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. A heaven-shaking rumble that swept through the skinny old man's mind echoed. This was a power that could destroy a galaxy, and it erupted from Wang Lin's finger and the spot between the middle-aged man's eyebrows at the same time. The rumble was monstrous and shook the surroundings. The fog where Wang Lin's origin soul was suddenly collapsed and rapidly scattered in all directions. The old man's mind also disappeared along with it. The collapse of the old man's mind affected his entire body. It was as if countless bolts of lightning had exploded on him, causing his body to tremble and collapse as well. The soul of the middle-aged man who was giving off 7-colored light trembled. Under the impact of this powerful force, his body twisted and slowly dissipated. As he dissipated, a fist-sized, faint, golden crystal appeared in his collapsed mind. Cracking sounds came from it, and it looked like it was about to collapse. This crystal was the skinny old man's life's memories. That seal was too domineering. Not only did it prevent others from searching through his memories, it also caused the sealed person's memories to collapse after it dissipated, making it impossible for others to obtain it. His plan was extremely exquisite, but unfortunately, his opponent was Wang Lin. Not only did Wang Lin have the ancient immortal finger, which could destroy the seal, he also had a stop spell. At this critical moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to extend his right index finger and point at the collapsing memory crystal. Stop! With one word, the memory crystal that was about to collapse immediately stopped. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul swept forward and enveloped the memory crystal. In a flash, his origin soul rushed out of the old man's mind and returned to his body in the ancient celestial realm. The moment his origin soul returned, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He lifted his right hand from the top of the trembling old man's head and retreated. The moment he retreated, the old man's screams reached their peak and his body began to collapse from the inside. The power from his mind, destroyed his origin soul, shattered his bones, and tore apart his flesh and blood. In the end, he exploded. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the old man's body shattered into pieces. At the same time, a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. This shockwave caused the statues that hadn't been destroyed by Wang Lin to shatter. Some of the celestials inside the statues that were healing died miserably before they could even open their eyes. This shockwave was the collision of Wang Lin's ancient immortal finger and the celestial bloodline. There was also the sealing force from the seven-colored statue mixed in. The destructive force created by the collision was enough to shake the world. The moment the old man's body exploded, the white tiger's roar came from the four towering statues in the depths of the ancient celestial realm. It was filled with disbelief and shock. This is impossible. How'd he do it? How did he break the celestial sovereign's seal? That 3-inch seal is powerful enough to destroy all power and matter. It is impossible to cause any damage, and all spells will disintegrate before it. How could he break such a seal? Even if we attacked together at our peak, we wouldn't be able to break it. A white-haired old man peeked out from the statue vortex, his face filled with shock. The other three were also shocked. Since ancient times, no one has ever broken the celestial sovereign's seal. Even the other sovereigns on the immortal astral continent would find it extremely difficult to break it. After all, this is a spell created by the celestial sovereign's 5 insects. It is the ultimate method the core disciples of the Seven Tao sect use to protect their secrets. He is only a lower realm ant, yet he can break it. The black tortoise walked out from another statue. His eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. If not for his divine sense personally checking, he wouldn't believe this was true. This child is extraordinary. We have to change our plan. If he can break the celestial sovereign's seal, he must have a shocking spell. Even on the immortal astral continent, this kind of spell is enough to shock the heavens. An old man walked out from the third vortex. He looked into the distance and took a deep breath. Rosefinch didn't speak. He looked at the world before him, and his expression changed constantly. When the skinny old man collapsed and the shock wave spread out, Wang Lin immediately retreated. His expression was neutral as he looked into the distance and revealed a sneer. They could see him, and similarly, Wang Lin had long felt the existence of the four of them. The second chapter has arrived and will continue to erupt. I have calculated that I still owe 8,000 words. Fellow cultivators, I will make up for it as soon as possible. Chapter 1640. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin's immortal finger pointed out several times. Every time he pointed, some of the impact would dissipate. In the end, his index finger chopped down, and as it continued to collapse and reform, it tore open a gap in the shockwave. This allowed Wang Lin to step out. With his place as the center, everything within a radius of several million kilometers was reduced to ruins. Thunderous rumbles continued and only dissipated after a long time. Only the muffled sound of thunder echoed in the distance. Wang Lin floated in the air and looked down at the earth that had become a ruin. Dust was kicked up, and from afar, it looked like a dust storm had covered the earth. His white hair fluttered and his clothes fluttered, but his expression was extremely calm. He revealed the demeanor of a third-step mid-stage spirit void cultivator, a grandmaster of a generation. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a light, golden crystal with countless cracks appeared in his hand. This crystal contained the memories of the old man. However, this memory couldn't be viewed with divine sense. Even if Wang Lin's cultivation was higher, he still wouldn't be able to view the old man's memories. A celestial's memories could only be viewed by someone with a celestial bloodline. This was a restriction, a mysterious restriction. Even though Wang Lin was from the ancient clan, he couldn't view it. Or it could be said that this was a difference in level. Even if an ant obtained the memory of an elephant, it couldn't understand it. However, Wang Lin was different. He had the drop of golden blood from the immortal celestial body between his eyebrows. This drop of blood contained the power of the celestial bloodline, and its purity was extremely rare even in the 6 continents of the immortal astral continent. With his blood inside, Wang Lin wanted to see the memories. Female, same as flipping the book. There was a flash of golden light between his eyebrows, and the drop of golden blood appeared. Wang Lin held the memory crystal and slowly pressed it between his eyebrows. He then closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, Wang Lin seemed to enter a strange world. He saw it. He saw a strange continent. This continent was extremely vast, and even the owner of the memory had never reached the end of this continent. In truth, the furthest he had gone was the equivalent of the inner realm added together. However, compared to this vast continent, it was less than 1 in 10,000. The most dazzling thing on this continent were the 9 suns that hung high in the sky. The 9 suns were high up in the sky, emitting endless light that enveloped this boundless land. After absorbing the old man's memory, when Wang Lin saw the 9 suns, he found a legend that had been passed down on this continent for a long time. Legend had it that the 9 suns of the immortal astral continent were 9 heavenly palaces, representing the 9 supreme grand empyreans. Even the owner of the old man, the person from the 7-colored statue, hadn't reached this level. Rumor had it that 9 was the limit. If one day a 10th sun appeared on the immortal astral continent, there would be endless calamity on the immortal astral continent. The old man was born on this continent, and as he grew up, he joined a sect. This sect was called the Seven Tao Sect. The Seven Tao sect master was a Tao couple. One of them was the person from the 7-colored statue, and he was called the 7-colored celestial sovereign. His cultivation level was unfathomable. He established a sect and accepted disciples. In the countless years since the Seven Tao sect was founded, it had experienced countless crises. However, in the end, they were all resolved by the 2 of them. Slowly, the Seven Tao sect gained great prestige in this area. As time passed, the owner of the memory, Old Hua, eventually became the celestial of the 7-colored celestial sovereign and became a powerful cultivator in the Seven Tao sect. He was only below the 4 great generals, Rose Finch, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger. He had a very high status and power in the Seven Tao sect. He could obtain all kinds of cultivation methods and pills at will. Until one day, in the old man's memory, on that night, there was a blinding light outside the Seven Tao sect. As the light appeared, a pressure that made even him tremble spread out and shrouded the area. Under this pressure, 2 suns that normally wouldn't appear in the night appeared in the old man's mind in shock. The 2 suns that suddenly appeared gave off endless light. The old man trembled and remembered this scene very clearly. At this moment, he remembered the rumors and the identity the suns represented. While feeling endless fear, he heard a roar that made him bleed from his orifices. His mind trembled and he fainted. The moment before he fainted, he felt the sect master, the 7-colored celestial sovereign, and his Tao partner rush out of the Seven Tao sect toward the place where the 2 suns had appeared. It wasn't until a few days later that the old man woke up. When he woke up, he bitterly found that his cultivation level had dropped a few levels. Several months later, the Seven Tao sect master returned alone. Although his expression was gloomy, his eyes were extremely bright. After the 7-colored celestial sovereign returned, he didn't mention that his Tao partner hadn't returned. Instead, he took his disciples, several celestial imperial concubines, the guards, and the 4 generals into the cave. He completely sealed the cave and left behind countless seals. He even took out several treasures that the owner of the memory had never seen before to seal the cave. Perhaps it was because of the countless fine cracks on the crystal, there was a fault here. After that, it became more and more fragmented, and only a few fragmented memory fragments remained. However, in one memory fragment, Wang Lin saw a woman. This woman wore silver and was one of the celestial sovereign's maids. Wang Lin was familiar with this woman. The moment he saw her, he had a clear connection to the past. This woman was the silver-robed female corpse that was afraid of the 7-colored statue in Wang Lin's storage space. In another memory fragment, Wang Lin saw the 7-colored celestial sovereign, who is also known as the ancient celestial emperor in the inner and outer realms. He was the person from the 7-colored statue. He led everyone into the cave and sealed the entrance and exit before leaving. No one knew what he was doing. Although the celestial imperial concubines, the guards, and the four generals were puzzled, due to the celestial sovereign's power, no one dared to ask. They all went into closed-door cultivation and silently waited for the celestial sovereign to summon them. Until one day, a gloomy voice came from outside the cave. This voice awakened the owner of the memory. Seven-color Tao sovereign, you can even throw away your Tao companion. So you must have obtained a great treasure of good fortune. You left behind some clues to lure me here alone. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeves. This voice was extremely unfamiliar to the old man, but it contained an extremely powerful pressure, causing the owner of the memory to feel his heart skip a beat. He opened his eyes with a solemn expression, but what he heard next almost caused him to be shocked to the extreme. Ancient Tao Yimo, this lord invited you here, but you say it is a trick. Whether it is a trick or not, you will know once you see it. The name Ancient Tao Yimo was like thunder to the old man's ears. Ji Country's supreme sovereign, Yimo's name was Jing He. What happened next was another gap in the memory. Wang Lin didn't see it. What he saw was the last memory fragment. In that memory fragment, he saw a chaotic battle. It was a blur, and he couldn't see who was fighting at all. He could only see the 100 guards for deputy generals and several celestial imperial concubines attacking 3 people. The 3 people were a blur, and the golden light was blinding, making it impossible to see them clearly. This battle seemed to last for a long time until death. One of the 3 people walked out from the golden light and swept away the people of the 7 Tao sect. He charged toward a stone door. This king has personally come here. Little 7-colored sovereign, why haven't you come out and kneel? The laughter of the person in the golden light echoed, but when it entered Wang Lin's ears, it caused his heart to tremble. Just as he closed in on the stone door, a heaven-shaking roar came from inside the stone door. The memory completely ended here. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and the memory crystal between his eyebrows collapsed into powder that was blown away by the wind. It disappeared from Wang Lin's body. The voice of the madman. Wang Lin took a deep breath and entered the storage space with the divine trickster. He saw the madman sleeping there with a silly smile on his face. While silently pondering, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. What he knew from the memory had solved a lot of his doubts, but it also made him even more confused. I know about Yimo's matter, and I have some speculations about the madman's arrival. In addition, the woman in silver said that she didn't open the door. Could this door be the door the madman came from? The result of that battle was that the madman lost his mind. The ancient celestial realm became a ruin, and the remaining people of the 7 Dispatch sect went into closed-door cultivation. The owner of the cave, the 7-colored celestial sovereign, was also seriously injured. But is all of this the truth? If it is, then what they are fighting for might be the so-called heavenly Tao, or the heaven-defying bead. What does the heaven-defying bead have to do with the heavenly Tao? The heaven-defying bead is one of the treasures in the compass, so it's unlikely to be the heavenly Tao. Then what is it, and where did it come from? Wang Lin frowned, and his eyes lit up. Also, when I was in the Scatter Thunder clan, I learned that 1 year after the battle, a group of mysterious foreign cultivators appeared in the outer realm. The Soul Lasher was one of their treasures. Who are these people? Wang Lin had a vague feeling that he had lifted a mysterious veil. He was getting closer and closer to finding out what had happened countless years ago. The 3rd chapter was still 5,000 words short, so he had to continue writing. Chapter 1641. If the 7-colored celestial lord is in closed-door cultivation, then who is the 7-colored Taoist I saw in the 7-colored realm? Wang Lin rubbed his temples and no longer thought about these chaotic thoughts. He looked at the ancient celestial realm before him. Far away, there were 4 auras there. In truth, he had already sensed these 4 presences the moment he entered the ancient celestial realm. The reason he had come here, aside from destroying the statues, was because he wanted to see one of the four presences that he was familiar with. He understood some things in his heart. He was going to find that familiar person and make a deal. With a step forward, Wang Lin walked into the depths of the ancient celestial realm. He charged forward, and when he was several million kilometers away, he flicked his sleeves. A violent gust of wind blew, and a storm roared as it charged toward the remaining statues of the three ancient clans. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the statues collapsed one by one. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued forward with a gloomy expression. As the statues collapsed one by one, the remaining celestials that were healing quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 celestials appeared around Wang Lin. Their bodies gave off a golden glow, and their eyes were filled with anger. They stared at Wang Lin, but none of them spoke. Wang Lin didn't even look at them. These people might have been very powerful, but now they couldn't attract Wang Lin's interest at all. Thinking about how difficult it was to search their memories, Wang Lin gave up on searching their souls and allowed them to follow behind him. However, if anyone dared to attack him, then Wang Lin didn't mind killing them. In truth, he hadn't killed enough yet. If it wasn't for the fact that he had another plan in mind, these people wouldn't have been able to survive before Wang Lin. As he moved forward, 4 giant statues slowly appeared before Wang Lin. These 4 statues were as tall as the sky, and from afar, they looked like 4 heaven-piercing mountains. Behind these 4 statues was an endless group of statues from the 3 ancient order clans. It was impossible to see the end. There was also a vortex slowly rotating between the eyebrows of each statue. Wang Lin's gaze swept by, and he felt 4 extremely domineering auras from the 4 vortexes. Wang Lin was very familiar with one of these 4 auras. It came from Rosefinch. This aura was like Rosefinch's ancestor. It made Wang Lin feel the same as when he saw the first Rosefinch in the Fallen Land. Rosefinch. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The aura of Rosefinch in the Fallen Land was almost the same as the aura of Rosefinch from one of the statues. Wang Lin silently pondered and could tell that one of these 2 auras belonged to an avatar. Wang Lin stopped and floated in the air. He slowly said, "General Rosefinch under the 7-colored celestial sovereign, come out and meet me." His calm voice spread in all directions. As he stood there, a powerful pressure descended. It was as if the world was about to collapse under his feet. As Wang Lin's words echoed, the surroundings became silent. The 7 or 8 celestials behind him all stopped and coldly looked over. What an arrogant little child. You've destroyed many embryos along the way, and you've even killed a few of my ancient era's immortals. As a descendant of the vermilion bird, your actions are already a great sin. Old man White Tiger, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Rosefinch. A gloomy voice broke the silence, and an old man in a white robe walked out of the vortex between the eyebrows of one of the 4 statues. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and an aura of vicissitudes accompanied him as he walked out. He left the vortex with 1 step and charged toward Wang Lin. He was very fast and created a howl. This howl sounded like a ferocious tiger roaring at the sky. Under Wang Lin's gaze, a giant shadow as tall as the sky appeared behind the old man. This shadow was a giant white tiger. The giant tiger's eyes revealed a ferocious gaze and gave off a pressure that could shake the world. This caused the old man to reveal a powerful early-stage arcane void cultivation. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze fell on the old man. He clenched his right hand and threw a punch. His fist collided with the old man's body, and a thunderous rumble echoed, causing the earth to tremble. In the end, an extremely violent rumble echoed. The white-haired old man retreated a few steps, and his eyes were filled with deep dread. Wang Lin's body trembled, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he calmly looked at the old man and slowly spoke. "If you fully recover from your injuries, you can still fight me. However, right now, you're not my match. If you take one more step, I'll kill you." Wang Lin's voice was very soft. It was not as cold as the wind or filled with killing intent. He was just calmly telling the truth, and it entered the ears of the white-haired old man. The old man silently pondered. The two of them had only been probing each other, but it had caused his mind to tremble violently and made the dread in his heart even stronger. However, he couldn't retreat just because of one sentence from Wang Lin. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and was about to step forward. Just as he was about to step forward, Wang Lin's calm gaze swept by and met the old man's gaze. This gaze caused the white-haired old man's mind to tremble once more, and he subconsciously withdrew his foot. The calmer Wang Lin's eyes were, the more pressure the old man felt. "I don't want to kill you. In my eyes, there is nothing special about this ancient celestial realm. It's just a bunch of crippled, immortal astral continent cultivators calling themselves celestials and controlling the lower realm ants. It's really ridiculous. In my eyes, aren't you all just ants?" The old man's expression became even more gloomy. He didn't find it strange that Wang Lin knew about this. When Wang Lin had searched the memory of the celestial, he had sensed all of it. Originally, he was sneering in his heart. He knew a lot about the celestial sovereign's seal, and in his view, no one in this cave could break the seal. However, he didn't expect Wang Lin to actually open the seal and see the soldier celestial's memory to learn a lot about this place. This was the real reason why the White Tiger General felt dread. It was because of this that an unspeakable fear had appeared in the old man's heart. "Rosefinch, come out and see me." Wang Lin didn't look at the White Tiger old man. Instead, he looked at the vortex between the eyebrows of the second statue on the right and slowly spoke. "This is the last time I speak. Don't force me to kill and search your souls." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he stood there and calmly looked at the sky. An invisible pressure spread out from his body and shrouded the area, forming a force. The fourth chapter. I've written a total of 11,000 words today. My fingers are sore and numb, and I can't write anymore. However, fellow cultivators, don't worry, I'll continue tomorrow. Chapter 1642. There was a flash of coldness in the White Tiger old man's eyes. Wang Lin's stance made him very uncomfortable. He was at a critical moment in his recovery, and because of his healing method, in order to not leave any hidden injuries, he could only use the strength of an early-stage arcane void cultivator. He originally thought this kind of cultivation was enough to kill Wang Lin. However, that palm, just now, was extremely strange, and it caused the White Tiger old man's heart to tremble. He vaguely felt like he couldn't see through Wang Lin's true strength. In addition, Wang Lin had broken the Celestial Sovereign's seal, which made the White Tiger old man feel even more disbelief and dread. However, he had cultivated for many years, so he wouldn't retreat just because of a few words from Wang Lin. His pride wouldn't allow him to retreat either. He was a celestial, and no matter how powerful Wang Lin was, he was only a lower realm ant. The calmer this ant was, the more pressure the White Tiger old man felt, and at the same time, monstrous anger rose in his heart. He wasn't just angry at Wang Lin, he was even more angry at himself. He couldn't imagine himself being afraid of an ant in the lower realm. With a low roar, the White Tiger old man's eyes immediately shone with a white light. This white light contained an extremely overbearing aura. This aura came from the old man's cultivation method and the source of his divine ability. This was the power of the ominous White Tiger. As he let out a roar, the White Tiger old man took a step forward and charged at Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. Then he quickly descended and shouted, "So what if I force you? If you can withstand 3 of the old man's spells, then you'll be qualified to talk to us." The old man's voice was like thunder that echoed in the ancient celestial realm. It echoed in all directions and set off countless muffled echoes. As the echoes echoed, it didn't sound like the old man was the only one roaring, but countless people were roaring at the same time. Just like that, this roar shook the heavens and the earth, forming an extremely powerful impact that shook the earth. First style, roaring tiger mountains and rivers. The old man waved his hands forward, and the illusion of a white tiger that was as tall as the sky appeared behind him again. This white tiger was extremely majestic. After it appeared, its body trembled, and its eyes also flashed with white light. It stared at Wang Lin, opened its mouth, and let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar shook the sky, causing the sky of the ancient celestial realm to collapse. Ripples that looked like fish scales appeared, and as they swept across the sky, countless irregular cracks appeared in the sky. The ground rumbled as Wang Lin's position, as well as the lands behind him, shook violently. A wild wind screamed, causing the ground to show signs of collapsing. The ground seemed to soften up and down, rising and falling like waves. Rumbling filled the air as fissures spread out in all directions. From a distance, the earth looked like it was covered in scars, and it was a shocking sight. The roar of the tiger completely replaced all other sounds in the world. As the echoes fused together, they formed a powerful force that could collapse a cultivator's mind and body. The earth cracked and collapsed. The sky seemed to collapse under the impact of the shockwave, distorting into illusory fragments. The violent wind covered the world, causing the world to turn dark. The only thing that remained was the roar of the tiger that became more and more intense, and it became louder and louder. Wang Lin's ears rumbled as he stood there. The sky above him collapsed, and the earth below him collapsed. His body was shrouded in the roar of the white tiger. The violent wind blew his hair and clothes as if it was going to blast his body apart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the body of an ancient god, even with his mid-stage spirit void cultivation, his body would have collapsed. Without his body, his origin soul would have been seriously injured. This tiger's roar contained a pressure that was no weaker than the might of the heavens. In Wang Lin's view, this tiger's might had already surpassed a certain level and reached the point where it could devour all life. This was the ancient celestial realm, the core of the cave world. If this was the inner or outer realm, then this roar would have caused countless planets to collapse and countless cultivators to die to this roar. Wang Lin's body didn't retreat half a step under the wind and roar. He was calm and closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, everything in the world became false. This falseness was the thoughts and thoughts in his heart. It wasn't real, but Wang Lin had comprehended the true and false essence. If he thought everything was false, then his body, his origin soul, his thoughts, and everything else would think the outside world was false. The true and false essence was an ethereal essence, and it was born from the heart. The moment he closed his eyes, Wang Lin's hair that had been messed up by the wind seemed to have scattered. His hair fell down in a strange manner and draped over his shoulders. His clothes were originally flapping violently in the wind, but at this moment, they also strangely calmed down. There was no sign of movement from his body. It was as if there was no wind before him. However, in reality, the whistling of the violent wind was countless times more intense than before. Furthermore, the tiger's roar was many times more powerful than before. The collapse of the earth spread and the collapse of the sky spread, but Wang Lin's body didn't move at all. The calmness on his face was extremely clear in the wind and the tiger's roar. He didn't fit in with the world. The white tiger old man let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin like lightning. In almost an instant, he closed in on Wang Lin. He raised his right hand, and a flash of golden light gathered in the white tiger old man's hand. It turned into a golden blade that could split the heavens. This blade was 10 feet long, and the moment the white tiger old man closed in on Wang Lin, he waved his arm and mercilessly chopped down on Wang Lin's head. With this chop, the tiger's roar became even more intense, and the sky changed colors. The blade descended from the sky and landed on the top of Wang Lin's head. Without any obstruction, it directly pierced through Wang Lin's head and chopped off his body. With a sharp whoosh, the blade pierced through Wang Lin's body, but there was no wound on Wang Lin's body. It was as if the blade had only cut an illusion. True and false essence. This is the true and false essence. Damn it, The 7 laws set by the celestial sovereign have sealed the birth of the ethereal essence. If it wasn't for the fact that the celestial sovereign was injured and had no choice but to extract the 7 laws, this person would never have had the chance to comprehend the ethereal essence. The white tiger old man's eyes were filled with shock, but he was unwilling to give up. He swung the blade in his right hand and chopped down hundreds or even thousands of times. As the blade flashed, Wang Lin's figure became almost completely illusory. No matter how the blade cut through his body, his expression didn't change at all. "Are you done?" The moment the heaven-splitting blade in the white tiger old man's hand swept by for the last time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly said one thing. After he spoke, the old man retreated without hesitation, but the moment he retreated, Wang Lin took a step forward. His figure flickered, and he appeared before the old man. He raised his right hand, formed a palm, and gently patted the old man's chest. This palm was gentle and powerless, as if it didn't contain any killing intent. However, the moment it landed, the expression of the white tiger old man changed greatly. A sense of life and death crisis instantly filled his mind. This seemingly gentle palm had brought him terror that made his hair go numb. This is... He was about to retreat away from Wang Lin's palm again, but it was too late. After Wang Lin's palm landed, there was a flash of coldness in his calm eyes. He clenched his fist and pulled out. A monstrous rumble echoed, and the old man coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string as he retreated. However, with Wang Lin's pull, a white light was extracted from the old man's body and gathered in Wang Lin's palm. Karma. This is karma essence. You actually have 2 ethereal essences. Wang Lin coldly looked at the retreating white tiger old man. The remnants of the tiger's roar still echoed in his ears. With a cold snort, Wang Lin didn't chase but crushed the white light in his hand. The moment he crushed the white light, the white tiger old man's body trembled once more and he coughed out blood. He retreated even faster. You welcome the guest with a tiger's roar, so Wang naturally has to return the favor. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand hit between his eyebrows. The ancient god stars appeared, as well as the stars in his left and right eyes. Then the ancient order head appeared behind him. The shadows of the 3 ancient clans surrounded Dao Ji's head and occupied the entire world behind Wang Lin. The moment they appeared, Wang Lin let out a roar. As he roared, the ancient order head behind Wang Lin also opened its mouth and let out a roar. The shadows of the 3 ancient clans, the god of luck, ancient devil, and ancient demon, all let out roars. That roar completely suppressed the tiger's roar, forming an indescribable sound wave that surged into the sky and charged forward with a thunderous rumble. The white tiger old man's body was penetrated by this sound wave, and he staggered in the air. His face turned pale, and his hands formed a seal. The giant white tiger behind him immediately closed in and fused with the old man. From a distance, one could no longer see the old man, only a giant white tiger. The white tiger roared and retreated as the ancient order and ancient order roared. The first update was delivered, so he continued to write. Chapter 1643. Wang Lin stepped forward, and as he closed in, the ancient head let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar caused the earth to collapse once more and the sky to tremble. This roar became the strongest sound in the world. As this roar echoed, the sound wave surpassed Wang Lin's body and closed in on the giant white tiger. As the sound wave echoed, the white tiger's body distorted and showed signs of collapsing. However, it still persisted, but it retreated even faster. Although this tiger had supreme majesty, it was still inferior to Wang Lin. As Wang Lin moved forward, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. The ancient head behind him let out a roar and pierced through Wang Lin's body to devour the white tiger. From afar, this scene was enough to shake one's heart. The collapsed sky seemed to be split in half. One half was the ancient head, and the other half was the giant white tiger. These two behemoths, one moving forward and one retreating, but the distance between them rapidly decreased. In an instant, the ancient head closed in on the white tiger. It opened its mouth and let out a roar as it attempted to devour the white tiger. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Dao Ji's head collided with the white tiger. This set off a shockwave that shook the entire ancient celestial realm. The earth collapsed, and even some of the statues of the three ancient order clans behind the four statues exploded. This shockwave echoed as if it was going to destroy the entire ancient celestial realm. Under this impact, the white tiger's gigantic body collapsed and turned into specks of white light that scattered in all directions. The white-haired old man coughed out a large mouthful of blood as he staggered and fell back. With a bang, he crashed into the mountain-like statue he had been healing himself on. Cracking sounds rang out as countless cracks appeared on the statue under the impact of the old man's attack. The cracks spread all over the statue as if it could collapse at any moment. At the same time, Wang Lin's body was also pushed back by the impact. His face was slightly pale, but the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. This battle was Wang Lin's strongest without using the Li Guangbao, an arrow. He wasn't fighting the Earth Cultivation Realm or the Third Step Cultivators of the Outer Realm. He was fighting one of the four generals of the Celestial Sovereign that had existed since ancient times, the White Tiger General. The White Tiger General had a very long lifespan. He didn't belong to the inner or outer realms, but came from the mysterious, immortal astral continent. He was a celestial, a real celestial. His bloodline contained immortal power. In terms of level, it far surpassed Wang Lin's. If it wasn't for the fact that his injuries were too serious and he hadn't fully recovered, it would have been even more difficult for Wang Lin to battle him. However, in a battle of life and death, it didn't matter if the two sides were evenly matched. Life was life and death was death. As Wang Lin retreated, his Ancient Order head and the three Ancient Order clan shadows also retreated from the impact of the White Tiger. The three Ancient Order clans' shadows collapsed, leaving only Dao Ji's head in the sky. Wang Lin's cultivation level was at the mid-stage of Spirit Void, but with his Ancient Order body and spells, he could battle an early-stage Arcane Void cultivator. Even if his opponent's cultivation level was higher than the early stage of Arcane Void, Wang Lin had the Li Guangbao. Once he took it out, the power of one arrow would be heaven-shattering. The White Tiger old man's body was sunken inside the statue he was healing. At this moment, his expression was ferocious and his eyes were filled with dread. However, this dread wasn't enough to make him retreat. He was the White Tiger General, a citizen of the immortal astral continent, one of the four generals under the seven-colored celestial sovereign. He had experienced countless battles and even experienced the change in the cave world. He had his own pride and dignity, and he couldn't allow an ant from the lower realm to defeat him. Even though this ant made him feel fear, he forcibly suppressed this fear. The Tao of the Western White Tiger, the power of the seven constellations, the power of all things, the power of wood, and the inheritance of my White Tiger clan. To seal this person, it will be difficult to get off the tiger. The White Tiger old man let out a roar and his hand pressed down on the statue. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he flew out of the pit. He waved his arms and formed a seal. His white hair scattered and his eyes revealed a ferocious gaze as he pointed at Wang Lin. With this point of his finger, the endless white light formed by the white tiger that had dissipated appeared once more. It gathered at an indescribable speed with Wang Lin as the center. In an instant, the endless white light formed the shocking white tiger under Wang Lin. From afar, it looked like Wang Lin was standing on the white tiger. A powerful pressure erupted from the white tiger, causing the sky around Wang Lin to seem to be sealed. This pressure continued to condense until it formed a giant seal. This seal completely pressed down on Wang Lin's body. It was invisible, but Wang Lin could clearly feel it. His expression was solemn. The pressure from the seal sealed the world around Wang Lin, causing his body to sink into a quagmire. Even his breathing became heavy. Popping sounds came from within Wang Lin's body. The power of the seal spread out from the white tiger, making it impossible for Wang Lin to leave. As time passed, the pressure from the seal became even stronger. There seemed to be pairs of invisible hands pressing down on Wang Lin's body, causing him to get closer to the white tiger. His body was completely attached to the white tiger's body, and he couldn't leave it at all. The white tiger roared, and all its fur stood up. From afar, it looked like countless white plants were dancing. Its body coiled up in the sky, and waves of dazzling white light spread out from its body. Countless runes could be faintly seen on its body. These runes were like marks. After a large amount of them appeared, it was as if the white tiger had become a living seal. As more and more runes appeared on the white tiger's body, the white tiger's body suddenly changed, turning into a huge white vortex in the blink of an eye. This vortex was filled with countless runes, and the roars of tigers echoed. The vortex rotated rapidly. From a close distance, it looked like a vortex, but if one looked carefully from afar, they would see that this wasn't a vortex, but the giant white tiger. It was running in a circle under Wang Lin, and because it was so fast, it formed this giant vortex. The suction force of this vortex was shocking, and adding on the power of the seal, it made it impossible for Wang Lin to leave. It was like a mortal riding a tiger, unable to get off. It was impossible for him to leave the body of the tiger. This was the spell of the white tiger general. It was impossible to get off the tiger. This spell was a spell and also a seal. The white tiger old man had a ferocious expression as he waved his arms, and his voice echoed, "Spirit of the white tiger, suppress this person's soul under the cave. Suppress him under the 7 Tao heavenly mountain of the immortal astral continent." As his voice rang out, a shocking tiger roar came from within the vortex. A ferocious tiger, several hundred feet long, flew out from the vortex. This white tiger was the spirit of the white tiger, just like a cultivator's origin soul. As its body rushed out from the vortex, it twisted and became slender, but its majesty became even stronger. After it appeared, the white tiger spirit let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. It didn't devour him, but wrapped around Wang Lin like a python. It opened its mouth and attempted to devour Wang Lin's body. It was going to take Wang Lin back into the vortex below. If he was taken away, then Wang Lin would be suppressed at the bottom of the inner and outer realms and be suppressed to death. Wang Lin had never seen the White Tiger General spell before. This spell didn't belong to this world. It came from the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. His body was wrapped by the white tiger spirit, and just as the tiger spirit was about to reach him, he raised his left hand and pressed down on the tiger's mouth. "What good? I can't get off the tiger. Today, Wang won't get off the tiger's body. Since you have chosen to suppress me, then let's see if the white tiger will suppress me or be suppressed by me." There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't use any spells but closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his aura changed, and the aura of a grand scholar erupted from his body. At this moment, he was no longer a cultivator. He was a grand scholar. He was a grand scholar who had comprehended the truth of the world and knew that this was only a cave. Under this grand scholar's aura, Wang Lin didn't care about anything else. His calm eyes revealed a powerful aura. He looked at the tiger spirit that was wrapped around him and had its mouth pressed down on him. At a glance, his powerful aura pressed down on the tiger spirit. In Wang Lin's eyes, this tiger spirit wasn't formed by celestial beast spell, but an ordinary mortal tiger. "You dare to kiss me?" As Wang Lin slowly spoke, his eyes suddenly opened and he stared at the tiger spirit. His gaze was filled with might without being angry. The noble aura of a grand scholar made him not even afraid of the heavens and earth. So how could he be afraid of a little tiger? The tiger's spirit trembled and revealed a hint of fear. An unknown thought appeared in its mind. This thought allowed it to see the cycle of reincarnation and karma. It saw the beginning of the immortal astral continent and its ancestor kneeling on the ground and worshipping the heavens. It didn't know why it would have such a thought, but it felt a fear that came from the depths of its soul. As Wang Lin's words echoed, he seemed to turn into the world and suppress the tiger spirit. This suppression contained all of Wang Lin's comprehension, his three ethereal essences, and his supreme might. The tiger spirit let out a whimper. The white-haired old man was filled with disbelief as it let go of Wang Lin's body. It retreated a few steps and lowered its head toward Wang Lin. The first chapter has been delivered, and I'll continue to write the third chapter. It might be a bit slow. I just came back from Yinjing, and I'm very tired after 2 consecutive days. Please wait patiently. I'll write seriously. This book is provided by the Chidian website by Air Jin. Chapter 1644. The tiger spirit lowered its head and bowed at Wang Lin. Then it charged into the vortex below Wang Lin and fused with it. The vortex immediately disappeared and turned back into the large white tiger. The white tiger let out a whimper and charged out from under Wang Lin. In the distance, it turned back to look at Wang Lin before completely ignoring the white-haired old man. Its body trembled and turned back into endless white light that illuminated the world before disappearing from the ancient celestial realm. This is impossible. The white-haired old man's face was pale, and fear and disbelief appeared in his eyes. Just as the world was enveloped by the white tiger's disappearing white light, and the white-haired old man's shocked voice reverberated in the air, a green figure stepped out from the vortex between the brows of one of the 4 statues that were as large as mountains. As it appeared, a dragon's roar shook the heavens. The green figure turned into a large green dragon that coiled up in the sky. At the same time, an old man in green appeared from the body of the green dragon. He turned into a green ray of light and charged at Wang Lin. His speed was faster than lightning, and he had grasped the moment the white light from the white tiger dissipated. Almost in an instant, the old man closed in on Wang Lin and raised his right index finger. There was a hint of killing intent in his calm expression as he pressed his finger on the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. As he moved his finger, the large green dragon behind him moved and caught up to the old man at an even faster speed. It fused into the old man's body, fused into his finger, and charged at Wang Lin. From afar, this scene was like a picture. The finger of the old man in green was covered in green light, and the endless green dragon behind him looked like it had been drawn. As he closed in, the old man seemed to have disappeared and turned into a green dragon that charged at the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. All of this happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, the old man closed in and was less than 3 feet away from Wang Lin. At the same time, an old man in black walked out from the vortex between the eyebrows of one of the 4 statues. The moment he walked out, the sky darkened and a huge black tortoise appeared. This black tortoise was like a tortoise, and once it appeared, it let out a heaven-shaking roar. When the black-robed old man appeared, he also moved like lightning toward Wang Lin from another direction. He was very fast, and threw a punch at Wang Lin at the same speed as the green-robed old man. The black tortoise shadow behind the old man in black let out a roar and fused with the old man. As he threw a punch, countless spikes appeared on the old man's fist. The Azure Dragon General and the Black Tortoise General chose to attack at the same time at this moment. They charged at Wang Lin in a way that was almost like a sneak attack. The 4 generals had worked together for many years, and their hearts were connected. The moment the 2 of them attacked, the White Tiger General wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and moved. There was no White Tiger shadow behind him, but there was the sky-splitting blade in his right hand. At this moment, he gripped the blade with both hands and leaped into the air. With a roar, he mercilessly slashed down on Wang Lin. Only the Rosefinch General did not appear. He seemed to believe that the combined attack of the 3 of them would be enough to kill Wang Lin. All of this happened in a flash. The Azure Dragon General closed in, and Wang Lin's eyes lit up. A sense of life and death crisis shrouded his body. Unlike the panic and discomfort others would feel when facing a life and death crisis, Wang Lin had been in danger all his life. He was already used to this feeling, and the more he felt like this, the calmer he became. In his heart, he really didn't care about the three celestials healing, even if the three of them attacked at the same time. So what? Wang Lin laughed and raised his right hand. He stretched out his index finger and pressed down on the Azure Dragon General's Azure Dragon finger. As he pressed down, the distorted ancient head closed in and fused with his finger. At the same time, the ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows and the ancient demon stars in his right eye rotated rapidly. The power of the three ancient clans entered his right index finger and formed the strongest spell Wang Lin had created. Ancient Immortal Finger. This finger could even break the seven-colored Celestial Sovereign's seal. So how could it be afraid of the Azure Dragon Celestial? With his finger, the world changed colors and the clouds scattered. The Azure Dragon General's expression was no longer calm, and his expression suddenly changed. His finger collided with Wang Lin's Immortal Finger. Thunderous rumbles spread out at that instant, and the violent sound was enough to shake one's mind. The instant the two fingers collided, the Azure Dragon General coughed out a mouthful of blood. The endless shadow of the Azure Dragon behind him trembled and collapsed. As the Azure Dragon collapsed, the Azure Dragon General staggered back until he was more than 1,000 feet away. Only then did he manage to stop, and his eyes were filled with shock. The ancient Immortal Finger contained Wang Lin's Immortal Finger. It wouldn't completely collapse, but it would continuously recover as it collapsed. Although the Azure Dragon Finger was powerful, it had only destroyed Wang Lin's finger hundreds of times. It was far from enough to break the Celestial Sovereign's seal. Hundreds of times of destruction couldn't break Wang Lin's Immortal Finger. In the end, the Azure Dragon General would be the one to lose. However, Wang Lin's body wasn't any better. Only his finger wasn't destroyed, not his body. After colliding with the Azure Dragon General, blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. His body rumbled, and his internal organs felt like they were twisted together. Bursts of pain came from his body. However, this pain was forcefully suppressed by Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and after forcing the Azure Dragon General back, he suddenly turned around. The drop of golden blood that contained the immortal celestial body appeared between his eyebrows and erupted with a golden light that terrified the four generals. This golden light was dazzling and contained an extremely pure celestial bloodline. The black tortoise was the closest to Wang Lin, so he was completely surrounded by the golden light. The black tortoise seemed to be vaporized by the golden light. Countless strands of black gas came out of the black tortoise's body, and miserable screams and cries of terror came from it. The drop of golden blood between Wang Lin's eyebrows flew out and closed in on the black tortoise. It pierced through the black tortoise's fist, and the black tortoise's shadow collapsed. The black tortoise let out a painful roar. The black tortoise general coughed out blood and rapidly retreated. Black gas surrounded his body, and his right fist was a bloody mess. As he retreated, fear appeared in his eyes. Celestial bloodline. You actually have celestial bloodline. This is impossible. This bloodline is so pure. This is the immortal celestial body. As he retreated, the drop of golden blood flew back and returned to the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. One finger had forced the Azure Dragon back, and one drop of blood had collapsed the black tortoise. However, this crisis was not over. There was still the heaven-splitting blade that came from the injured White Tiger General above Wang Lin. The blade was dazzling and closed in with a whistling sound. Just as it was about to land, Wang Lin raised his head and suppressed the surging blood in his body. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the heaven-splitting blade. With this palm, a 9-colored firestorm appeared. After the firestorm, Wang Lin's palm turned into a flaming palm print of the same size and charged at the White Tiger General's blade. The thunder condensed and turned into a palm print filled with lightning that followed closely behind the flaming palm. This was not the end. After the palm of thunder, The karma essence condensed and turned into a mass of chaotic energy that formed the third palm print. The life and death essences arrived, and the black and white aura surrounded them to form the fourth palm print. The true and false essences appeared, and the illusory turned corporeal, causing the fifth palm print to instantly condense. In the end, a shocking slaughter aura erupted from Wang Lin's body and turned into the sixth palm print. These six palm prints formed a string, and from afar, they looked like afterimages. As they whistled, they charged at the White Tiger General's heaven-splitting blade. Thunderous rumbles shook the heavens and earth, forming a storm. Amidst the rumbles, the heaven-splitting blade in the White Tiger General's hand trembled and collapsed. After it collapsed, the six palm imprints landed on the White Tiger General's chest. The White Tiger General let out a miserable scream, and a large amount of blood mist erupted from his body. Waves of celestial spiritual energy spread out. As his body was knocked back, the Azure Dragon General and the Black Tortoise General stepped forward and supported the seriously injured White Tiger General. "Help me tear open the seal on my healing and release my essence. I'm going to kill him." The White Tiger General looked weak and pale, but the ferocity in his eyes became even stronger. He pushed the Azure Dragon General and the Black Tortoise General away. His white hair was a mess, and he began to roar like crazy. As he roared, his aura increased greatly, and a golden rune appeared between his eyebrows. "Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, help me break the seal. If it wasn't for the fact that we're trying to recover, how could we have been forced back by this Black Tortoise? I'm going to kill him. What qualifications does he have to force us Celestials to retreat? He's just an ant in the lower realm." Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he was also injured. The joint attack from the three of them was something that even he couldn't withstand. If it wasn't for the fact that he had many methods, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die from that attack. Seeing the White Tiger General's madness, Wang Lin raised his left hand and reached at the void. A dazzling, golden light shined from his palm, and a bow that gave off endless desolation appeared. His left hand held the bow, and his right hand pulled the bowstring. Wang Lin suddenly pulled the bowstring. There was a buzzing sound, and the bowstring was completely pulled by Wang Lin. An ancient arrow slowly materialized on the bowstring. The moment the bowstring buzzed, the surroundings became silent. The White Tiger General no longer roared and no longer wanted to tear open the seal. He stood there in a daze as he stared at the bow in Wang Lin's hand. His expression changed greatly, and he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. The Azure Dragon General was also startled and subconsciously retreated. There was fear in his eyes that he had never felt before. Li Guang's bow. The Black Tortoise General was also terrified. The black gas around his body had just been suppressed, and his face was slightly pale. However, the moment he saw the bow, his face turned deathly pale. "Fellow Celestial Wang Lin, don't be angry. Please give the old man some face, and let's talk." In this silence, a figure wearing a red robe walked out from the vortex between the eyebrows of the last statue. He had an awkward expression and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. All the debts had been paid. After Earroot finished writing this chapter, he let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't rested since returning from Yanjin and had exploded for 2 days in a row. The monthly votes were secondary. The main reason was because he felt guilty and wanted to pay up. "I'm finally done. Today I'll start with Santong. Tomorrow, Earroot will continue to explode." To be continued. Chapter 1645. Wang Lin didn't want to have a life and death battle with the four generals. After he felt the auras of the four generals, he didn't come here to kill them, but to make a deal. However, the other side was too aggressive and didn't want to meet him, which was why he attacked before. Seeing Rosefinch appear, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand loosened. The bow turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into his hands. Although the bow had disappeared, if Wang Lin needed it, he could instantly summon it again, so he wasn't afraid of the four generals' sneak attacking him again. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Rosefinch and calmly looked at him. This Rosefinch was also an old man and looked very similar to the first Rosefinch from the Fallen Land. There is no need to call me Celestial Friend. Junior Wang Lin greets the first Rosefinch. Wang Lin slowly said with a calm expression. The old Rosefinch in red revealed a complicated expression as he looked at Wang Lin and silently pondered. Wang, there's one thing I don't understand. What is the connection between Senior and the Fallen Land? Wang Lin calmly asked. The Fallen Land is the old man's original body. In the war back then, only the old man left his original body outside. What you see now is the old man's avatar. However, it has been too long, so there is no longer a difference between the original body and the avatar. You can see both of them as me, but you can also see them as two different versions of me. I have almost no control over the original body. I can only sense his thoughts and know everything he has encountered, but I can't change his thoughts. He is very tired and wants to return to his hometown, but the old man wants to find the celestial sovereign. The old Rosefinch shook his head and sighed. The white tiger old man's eyes were filled with dread, and he suddenly asked, "Why is the Li Guang bow in your hands?" "This is Wang's private matter. You don't need to know." Wang Lin coldly looked at the white tiger general before his gaze fell on Rosefinch. The white tiger general's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. Wang doesn't care about the matter of the Fallen Land. I came today to make a deal with Senior Rosefinch. Wang Lin slowly said word by word. The ancient celestial realm, or the core of the seven-colored celestial sovereign's cave, is filled with heavily injured seven Tao sect disciples. They're the so-called celestials, cultivators from the ancient celestial realm. If Wang goes all out, Senior Rosefinch can kill these people. Senior Rosefinch think I can kill them all while they are healing. This will make the ancient celestial realm a dead domain. Wang Lin's words were calm and contained no killing intent or coldness. However, his words caused the four generals to frown. If it was Wang Lin before he took out the Li Guang Bao, the four generals wouldn't believe him. However, when they saw the Li Guang Bao and arrows in Wang Lin's hand, an invisible pressure shrouded their minds. The Li Guang Bao is a famous treasure on the immortal astral continent. It is not easy to use. Even if you obtain that drop of blood from the immortal celestial body, every arrow you shoot will consume the power of that drop of blood. You are not a celestial, so you can't replenish the power of your blood. In this situation, how many arrows can you shoot? The one who spoke was not Rosefinch, but the Azure Dragon General. He looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes shined brightly. I only need 3 arrows to destroy this place. Even if there are many statues of the 3 ancient order clans behind you, and even if there's a strange temple in the depths. If I'm not wrong, that temple is the passage to leave this cave. That place should be completely sealed, and no one can open it. There are also many strange creatures there, so it should be the most powerful place in the ancient celestial realm, Wang Lin slowly said. I can do it, you all understand. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 4 generals and looked into the distance. At the moment he entered the ancient celestial domain, not only did his divine sense the existence of the 4 generals, he even vaguely sensed a strange temple in the deepest part of the ancient celestial domain. The aura coming from the temple was very powerful. What deal? The black-robed black tortoise general, who hadn't spoken yet, spoke in a hoarse voice after pondering for a long time. I don't care if everything here belongs to the cave or what kind of plan you all have. I only know that I was born in the inner realm, and the outer realm's Tai-G star system is invading on a large scale. The inner realm doesn't have enough power to resist. Even if I have the Li Guang Bao, I can't slaughter all the outer realm cultivators by myself. You are all celestials of the inner realm's ancient celestial realm. I want you all to leave this place and slaughter the outer realm to resolve all disputes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he calmly said, the outer realm also has an ancient celestial realm. There are also some 7 Tao sect members there. They listen to the celestial imperial concubines, and their injuries aren't serious. The reason they haven't come out in large numbers is because although the ancient celestial realm has been split in two, there is a deep connection. If we open the door to the ancient celestial realm, they will also come out. At that time, the war between the inner and outer realms will become even more intense. It is likely that this cave will be destroyed. Rosefinch pondered a bit, and then softly said. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and coldly said, "They won't be able to leave the outer realm's ancient celestial realm." After he spoke, the eyes of the four generals narrowed, and they all looked at Wang Lin. Earlier, someone from the lower realms of the inner palace called out to us to defend against the invasion of the outer palace. We sent out an immortal's magical treasure to fuse with the grand spell formation in the lower realms. That way, the spell formation will be able to resist for 100 years, giving us some time to recover. The effect of this treasure is limited, but without someone from the immortal astral continent helping, it will be very difficult for the lower realm cultivators to open it. I don't know if he can do it, but more than 90 years have passed, and there are only 3 years left. These 3 years are the most important time for us to heal. Once the 3 years are over, our injuries will be completely healed. The Azure Dragon General immediately said. According to the four of them, even if Wang Lin hadn't made this deal, they would still come out in 3 years. They would fight their fellow sect members from the outer realm's ancient celestial realm and find a celestial sovereign. However, the lower realm cultivators were only ants in their eyes. Even if they left, they wouldn't care about the war between the inner and outer realms. As for how many lives would be lost, they didn't care. As long as they found the celestial sovereign and his cultivation recovered, the worst-case scenario would be to destroy all life and open the heavenly Tao to reproduce. After tens of thousands of years, everything would be the same. However, now that Wang Lin had found this place and threatened to destroy the ancient celestial realm and kill them while they were healing, the four of them had to carefully consider this deal. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he said, "Wang will fight for 3 years for all of you. During these 3 years, no one will come here to disturb your healing." The four generals silently pondered. Wang Lin had promised to destroy the outer realm's ancient celestial realm and to guard them for 3 years. However, the more he acted like this, the bigger his plan became. The four of them couldn't figure out what Wang Lin was thinking. Rosefinch looked at Wang Lin and said, "What do you want from this deal?" "I want all the people from the outer realm to die. I want none of the inner realm cultivators to die from the moment you all come out. I want you all to promise to let me take away all the living beings in the inner realm after you find your 7-colored celestial sovereign. Give them freedom. Let them not live in this cave. Let them see the real sky. The last request is that after everything is over, I want to go to the immortal astral continent. On the immortal astral continent, you all must give me the resources I need." As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and hit between his eyebrows. A sliver of his divine sense condensed in his hand and floated in the air. "If you agree, send out your divine senses as a Tao oath. If you go back on your word, your Tao will disappear. If you don't agree, Wang will take out the Li Guang Bao and destroy the ancient celestial realm." Wang Lin's words were tough and didn't give the four generals any chance to hesitate. The four of them silently pondered. They looked at each other and began to hesitate. They couldn't immediately decide on the request that Wang Lin had mentioned. The third and fourth requests made it even more difficult for them. "I'll give you all 1 day." Wang Lin turned around and took a step back. He sat down in the lotus position on the broken ground and closed his eyes. He ignored the final conclusion of the four of them. In truth, Wang Lin had another purpose, and this was his real goal. He wanted the people of the Seven Tao sect to come out and buy them 3 years of time. Aside from resolving the war between the inner and outer realms, he also wanted them to find the ancient celestial sovereign. Wang Lin had a lot of speculations about this mysterious celestial sovereign, but he didn't have any conclusive evidence. He couldn't determine what the relationship between the 7-colored Taoist and the ancient celestial sovereign was. There was also the identity of the old devil Jean. There was a mystery here, and this mystery pointed to the ancient celestial sovereign. From all the clues, there are a lot of clues in the war between the inner and outer realms. The celestial imperial concubines and company are the focus, and they live in the outer realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm and company are the focus, and they live in the inner realm. The seven-color Taoist is obviously the leader of the outer realm, and as for the old devil Jean, he is originally from the inner realm. They have fought many times over the countless years, and it seems like they are trying to confirm something. They are both looking for something. However, to find it, they have to use some extreme methods, and that is why there have been so many wars. If my guess is correct, then what are they looking for? Is it the heavenly Tao? Wang Lin pondered. Perhaps after the four generals and the people of the seven Tao sect leave this place, the veil will be completely torn off. This is already very chaotic, so let's make it even more chaotic. Perhaps I can achieve my goal in this chaos. When the first update arrived, he continued to smoke and immerse himself in writing. Chapter 1646. One day later, Wang Lin arrived at the ancient celestial realm with the agreement he had with the four generals and left. The ancient celestial realm could only be opened under the divine retribution. Whether it was entering or leaving, one had to go through the rift created by the divine retribution. This rift was part of the seal of the ancient celestial realm, and it was very difficult for people with celestial bloodlines to come out unless they sent everyone out, just like how they sent the Lord of the Sealed Realm out. Perhaps the heaven-defying bead was the most important thing. Before entering the ancient celestial realm, Wang Lin had a lot of speculations about the structure of the world. Now that he had come out, he understood a lot. He stepped out of the rift and watched it slowly shrink until it completely disappeared. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Looking at the stars for the first time, the stars were so illusory, as if they didn't exist. Wang Lin couldn't tell anyone that the inner and outer realms were only a celestial sovereign's cave. Even if he told them, very few people would believe him. Even if some people did believe him, they would only go crazy. Looking at the stars, Wang Lin silently pondered. Outside Sizku, the divine retribution fog had long dissipated. The thousands of cultivators, including Situnan, were still waiting here, waiting for Wang Lin's return. When they saw Wang Lin's figure appear, bursts of cheers echoed. The cultivators' eyes were filled with fanaticism as they constantly called out Wang Lin's name and the name Lord of the Sealed Realm. Hearing these two words, Wang Lin became even more silent and felt a sense of confusion. Lord of the Sealed Realm. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm was only a subordinate of the Celestial Sovereign. He was not someone from the inner realm. He came from the immortal astral continent and had the bloodline of a celestial. He didn't come to the inner realm to help, but to set up a trap for his master, the Celestial Sovereign. He was a pedantic person. Perhaps during his time in the inner realm, he felt pity for the people of the inner realm, and that's why he did what he did. But in the end, he didn't belong here. He was still an outsider. When those voices fell into Wang Lin's ears, it felt like they were very far away. After understanding everything, Wang Lin was very confused about the words Lord of the Sealed Realm. His silence was gradually noticed by the thousands of cultivators. Gradually, the shouts died down, and everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Lin as he walked forward. Looking at the faces before him, Wang Lin's heart was filled with bitterness. He wanted to tell them that all of them were only living in a cave. The sky they saw wasn't the sky, and the earth they saw wasn't the real earth. Our war with the outer realm is only a game in the eyes of others. Even the spells we cultivate and the paths we pursue are all fake. Everything is fake. Everything is unreal. The only real thing is the blood, the only pain, and the countless corpses that have died over the countless years. However, how could he say it? He had no way to say it. It was very difficult for him to tell the thousands of fanatical fellow Taoists the cruel truth. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly thought of Taoist scattered spirit in the 7 million worlds. At this moment, He resonated with Taoist scattered spirit. Their experiences were very similar. However, Taoist scattered spirit was more fortunate than Wang Lin because he believed that he had come to the real world and walked out. Wang Lin's silence and confusion were noticed by Situ Nan, and he was filled with doubt. He didn't understand what Wang Lin had encountered inside the rift. Why was Wang Lin so filled with pride when he entered but so depressed when he came out? Wang Lin silently walked forward and arrived next to Situ Nan. The confusion in his eyes turned into fatigue, and he softly said, "Situ, do you have wine? I want to get drunk again one last time. I do." Situ Nan didn't ask and nodded. "If you want to get drunk, then I'll get drunk with you." On top of a nameless mountain on the Shizuku, Wang Lin and Situ Nan sat there. They looked at the darkening sky and silently drank wine. No one came to disturb the two of them. The thousands of cultivators were all cultivating on the Shizuku. They were waiting for Wang Lin to come down from mountain. They were waiting for Wang Lin to take them to the Luo Tian to save the Luo Tian and protect the inner realm. "Situ, why do people live?" As Wang Lin drank wine, the confusion in his eyes became even more intense. In order to catch a breath, Situ Nan silently pondered for a moment and put down the wine jug in his hand. He looked at Wang Lin and frowned. "What is that spatial crack?" Wang Lin shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. He picked up the wine jug and drank another big gulp. "Do you still remember many years ago when we got drunk?" Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan, and his eyes were filled with reminiscence. "That time when I got drunk, I was confused. I didn't want to cultivate. I didn't know why I cultivated. There was no joy in cultivating. There was only exhaustion and life and death crises. I killed a lot of people, killed a lot." Wang Lin drank and laughed. "That time when I got drunk, I told you that I don't understand. I don't understand why people pursue a life of cultivation. Is it for immortality? But what was the point of living forever? He could only watch the people around him slowly grow old, watch his lover die, watch his family members scatter, watch his friends close their eyes. In the end, the only thing left in the world was a cold heart. A tired body, such a life, even if it lasts a long time, what can it do? Is this immortality? Situ Nan, you took me on the path of cultivation. Tell me, is this immortality?" Wang Lin drank all the wine in his jug and threw it to the side. Cultivators cannot cut off their emotions and desires. When we were in Shizuku, you were still a chi refiner. You once said that you couldn't let go of your parents and worldly emotions. You didn't want to cut them off. That was my answer to you. You can't sever it, and you don't want to sever it. That's why you feel such pain. If you had died, then it wouldn't have mattered. But you didn't die. You've cultivated the Tao for so many years, and you've reached your current level. You've reached the pinnacle. That's why you're confused. That's why you ask me what longevity is. Longevity, there is no such thing as longevity in this world. The way I see it, the so-called longevity is to let oneself live longer, to let oneself become stronger, to let oneself live a carefree life that no one can control. As for immortality, it's because we are all afraid of death and don't want to die. That is why we pursue immortality and immortality. I don't believe that you, Wang Lin, don't understand this point. Situ Nan also drank an entire jug of wine and mercilessly threw it to the side as he shouted at Wang Lin. Situ Nan also drank a jug of wine and mercilessly threw it to the side. He then shouted at Wang Lin. "Peak. I didn't reach the peak. Even if I did, so what? I understand. I am different from you guys. I never wanted to cultivate. When I was young, I did it for my parents. In order to not let them down, I clenched my teeth and went to the Hung Yu sect. But in the end, fate played tricks on people. I cultivated for my parents' expectations, but in the end, I became the cause of my parents' death. After that, I cultivated for revenge. I became a demon and killed the entire Tung family. Blood flowed like rivers. After getting revenge, I was confused. I watched Daniel grow up, watch his parents die, watch his life, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where my path was. It wasn't until one heir died that I began to cultivate in order to resurrect her. I wanted to become stronger. I wanted to survive. I wasn't willing to die before Wan Er woke up. I wanted to snatch her back from fate. Then I became the Lord of the Sealed Realm and became famous in the Outer Realm. All of this is not what I want, it's not. I don't want to become the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I'm tired of cultivating. Wang Lin looked at Situnan. He picked up a jug and drank half of it. He let the wine drip down from the corner of his mouth and wet his clothes. You. Situnan looked at Wang Lin and saw the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes. He couldn't say anything, so he let out a sigh and began to drink. Since you don't want to tell me what you saw in that crack, I won't ask, okay? The two of them fell silent, drinking each other's wine until the sky in the distance began to turn white. The multicolored light was faintly discernible, and the appearance of the rising sun appeared. Wang Lin softly said, "That crack is the ancient celestial realm." Situnan was startled. He suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. It was as if his gaze was going to break through the sky and see the crack that had disappeared. Ancient celestial realm. That place is actually the legendary ancient celestial realm. There are real celestials there. Did you see a celestial? Situnan gasped, and his eyes were filled with shock. I saw it. I killed a celestial. Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression and drank a mouthful of wine. Situnan was startled and stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, he blinked and bitterly smiled. And then, with your personality, you wouldn't just leave after killing someone. Did you search the celestial's memory? Wang Lin silently pondered and revealed a complicated expression. He drank another mouthful of wine and threw it to the side. Then he looked up at Situnan. I searched the celestial's memory and found out a secret about the inner and outer realms. Situ, if I said that the inner and outer realms are all fake, even if they are real, they are still illusions, would you believe me? If I said that you, me, and everyone we know, the world we grew up in is just a cage, would you believe me? If I said that our so-called cultivation is all set by someone else, would you believe me? If I said that the world we live in is just a cave of an ancient celestial sovereign, or a Joss flame realm created to collect Joss flames, would you believe me? What did you say? Situnan subconsciously let go of the wine jug in his hand, and it fell to the ground. The second night watch arrived. He continued to smoke, immersed in the clouds, and immersed himself in writing. Chapter 1647. Wang Lin smiled bitterly as he looked at the startled Situnan. He picked up the wine jug on the ground and took a big gulp. These are all the things I learned from that celestial's memories. You should know the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Not me, but the previous Lord of the Sealed Realm. He came from the ancient celestial realm and didn't belong here. There are also the celestial imperial concubines I met in the ancient star system and the mysterious seven-colored Taoist. These people all came from a continent called the immortal astral continent. This continent is tens of thousands of times larger than the inner and outer realms. That is their hometown, and this place we are in is just a cave of the Seven Tao sect, the sect master of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. The sky we see is the sky of the cave, and the earth we see is the earth of the cave. The so-called inner and outer realms are just the inner and outer realms of the cave. Would you believe all of this? What if I told you that even the Tao we cultivate, the heavenly Tao, was stolen by the celestial sovereign and raised by him? It's because he stole the heavenly Tao and raised it in this cave abode that the spirits of all living beings were born, and that's why the two of us appeared. Would you still believe all of this if the heavenly Tao didn't exist, if the celestial sovereign didn't snatch it back then there wouldn't be us living beings in this cave world. It would just be a cave world. When you know all of this, will you be confused? Will you ask yourself why people live? Will you ask yourself why you exist? What is the purpose of your existence? There is also divine retribution. The heavenly Tao was raised by the celestial sovereign, and all life lives in this cave world. Divine retribution was naturally created by him. He created divine retribution to kill all existences that try to change the path the heavenly Tao had planned. What is a heaven-defying cultivator? This is a heaven-defying cultivator. Like a mortal, if you plant a crop and plan everything, there will always be some things that don't meet your expectations. You will change them and let them return to their original path. However, as time passes, some tenacious weeds will appear in the crops. They will grow very fast and break the invisible plan. They can't be changed, they will be destroyed. This is a heaven-defying cultivator. The purpose of the heavenly tribulation was to kill these weeds that grew at will and eradicate them. I am a weed. It's just that this weed cannot be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Instead, it is destroyed by me. I destroyed the heavenly tribulation and retrieved my fate from it. I also learned the secrets of this world. Since you asked, I'll tell you. But will you believe me? Situ Nan was silent, and his expression was blank. After a long time, he sat down and drank his wine. He didn't say a single word. His eyes showed that he was struggling. He didn't believe it, but he also believed it. If it was anyone else, even if it was his master, Qing Lin, saying this, he wouldn't believe it. All of this was too outrageous, and it was impossible for anyone to choose to believe it. However, the person who said this was Wang Lin, Situ Nan's brother. He understood Wang Lin. He had watched Wang Lin grow up. So how could he not believe Wang Lin's words? Everything is a cave. Then what is the war between the inner and outer realms? Situ Nan subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. Fear slowly appeared in his eyes. He rarely felt fear, but at this moment, after hearing Wang Lin's horrifying words, he felt a rare sense of fear. What he feared was that if all of this was true, then what was he? Was he really happy? He was just an actor who was seriously acting out his life. He was being watched and manipulated by that strange existence in the sky. It was just like when he looked down at the earth and saw the ant nests in the soil. He saw the ants struggling to survive. I have some speculations about the war between the inner and outer realms, but I haven't completely figured it out. However, I left behind a plan. 3 years from now, I'll understand everything about this war. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and softly said, "Cave." Situ Nan smiled bitterly. He looked down at the jug of wine in his hand and began to mutter. We looked at the sky and wanted to know what was behind the sky. When we had cultivation and saw the stars, we thought that was the end. We didn't expect that behind the stars was outside the cave. Wang Lin, if what you said is true, then what do you want to do? I think you should have an answer. Wang Lin drank the wine, but he wasn't drunk. The wine was like life, and when it entered his mouth, it turned spicy. This caused his thoughts to replay the past 2 years. When I cultivate the Tao, there are 3 stages. The first stage is for others. The second stage is confusion and boredom. I yearn for the life of a mortal. I originally thought that I would spend the rest of my life in the second stage, until I had enough cultivation base to awaken one. Then we would spend the rest of our lives together, and we would go into seclusion together. Now the third stage has appeared. Wang Lin put down the jug of wine and stood up. He allowed the mountain wind to blow away his white hair. He looked at the sky, and the confusion in his eyes was replaced by determination. He was filled with an unyielding gaze. I have cultivated my entire life and have never acknowledged it in my heart. However, today I, Wang Lin, am going to enter the third stage on this Suzaku that gave birth to me. I want to cultivate. Situ, back then, I was bored with cultivation. After today, this thought will no longer exist in my heart. I'm going to cultivate. I'm going to become stronger. I'm going to leave this world. I'm going to see if the people of the immortal astral continent have 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if I die 9 times, so what? Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the jug of wine flew into his hand. He drank half the jug. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Wang Lin began to laugh. I, Wang Lin, lack a word in my life. This word is called responsibility. I lack this responsibility. I can't hold up the sky by myself. The title of Lord of the Sealed Realm belongs to me, but it was given to me by others because I did a few things because the inner realm needs a Lord of the Sealed Realm. but I'm really not worthy of being called Lord of the Sealed Realm. I'm already bored with cultivation. I'm cultivating for others. So how can I bear the title of Lord of the Sealed Realm? Before, I couldn't bear this responsibility at all. Before, I was naive enough to think I was really the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I risked my life for my hometown, for the inner realm, to resist the invasion of the outer realm. I felt that doing this was me being the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I never thought that there would be a lot of people doing the same. Almost all the cultivators in the inner realm are doing the same. It's just that my cultivation level is a bit higher, so I'm able to reach this point. However, what do I count for? Why should I be respected by the inner realm cultivators? What we should respect are the fellow cultivators who died, the fellow cultivators who spilled their blood for the inner realm. I have never thought about these things, but at this moment, I think about it. I understand the responsibility of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. It's not just to resist the invasion of the outer realm. It's to take the inner realm cultivators out of the sky, out of this cave, and the determination to blast away all enemies before it. This determination, this responsibility, I didn't have it before, but after today, I'll have it. Perhaps this is my path, my final destination. Wang Lin drank the rest of the wine in the jug and threw it down the mountain. The jug turned into an arc and disappeared from Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened and the sun set. Looking back, one could see South Mountain. The birds scattered and the clouds of the mortal world were broken. I'm going to kill the celestial sovereign. Kill him, and our lives will return. Kill him, and the clouds will open. But before that, Situ, I'm going to guard the border for 3 years. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and stepped into the sky. His figure moved like a ray of light and appeared in the sky. Standing there, Wang Lin looked down at the earth. The first thing he saw was his statue on Suzaku. The statue of himself was holding the heaven-splitting axe and glaring at the sky. For the first time, Wang Lin clearly felt an indescribable aura from the statue. This aura was to move forward and never look back. Any force that tried to stop it will be destroyed by the axe. No one, no existence could stop this shocking aura. This was the aura of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. This was the aura of the Lord of the Sealed Realm that understood responsibility and responsibility. This was the aura of the Lord of the Sealed Realm that had asked himself and become determined. If the sky was in front, it would collapse. If the earth was in front, it would collapse. If the enemy was in front, it would collapse. This was the first time Wang Lin felt this pressure from this statue. This was the first time he felt this familiar determination from Daoist's scattered spirit. Wang Lin took a step forward. In an instant, his white robe fluttered and he landed on the head of his statue. He stood there facing the wind, the setting sun, and the world. Fellow cultivators in the upper realm of Suzaku, are you willing to follow Wang to the Luo Tian to fight the outer realm? As Wang Lin's voice echoed, it turned into a thunderous sound wave that echoed above Suzaku. At this moment, the cultivators sitting on Suzaku waiting for Wang Lin to come down suddenly opened their eyes. Their bright eyes revealed the same determination. I'm willing to follow. Roars came from countless locations on the earth, forming a shocking roar. As the roars merged with the earth, rays of light flew into the sky toward Wang Lin's statue. Inside those rays of light were cultivators filled with killing intent. They had been humiliated for so many years, and they had lost countless friends and fellow sect members. Those that survived were willing to give up their lives. They only needed one voice, and they would give up everything to fight, even if they had to pay the price with their lives. When a country is about to be destroyed, a warrior must be born. This saying had been passed down since ancient times, and it was the same in the inner realm. The plot had reached a critical moment, and after that, the plot had to be coherent and there could be no mistakes. Today was the 3rd chapter. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.